back to his right. He's got 4 receivers. Milroe looking, throwing deep. He's got Ryan Williams caught. He's running down the sideline. Breaks a couple tackles. Running. Touchdown, Alabama. What a play. Touchdown, Alabama.
And here's the snap. Hands it to Audric Estime. And that is and should be a touchdown. Here we go. Bryson Barnes has got his back behind him. It is Jaquindon Jackson. Here's the snap. Bryson Barnes looking deep. He's got a man. It's caught! He's got touchdown early. Welcome to Iron Bowl Saturday, as it is the pregame show here on Saber Broadcast Network, and we are so pleased that you could join us here this afternoon. So, very excited, just making sure that I've got everything set up and ready to go on both sides. There we go. Got Rumble and Facebook going. Also, we are live on YouTube. But it is Iron Bowl Saturday, and we got a lot to get into here tonight. And why not have such a big game today? I mean, you got a Iron Bowl that really means a lot for both of these teams here tonight. You got an Auburn Tigers team who, you know, they need a win to get into a bowl game. It is indicative that they get that win because a bowl game is vital. There's an echo. All right, that's probably coming from the TV back here. Let's turn that down then. Is that better? We'll see if that's better. But yeah, you got an Auburn Tigers team who really needs this win to make a bowl game and really salvage their season. Plus, what would be better than to be able to go to a bowl game? You knock off the number 10 team in the country, Alabama. You knock them out of going to an SEC championship game. Plus, Alabama would have no chance of the college football playoff at that point. So, still, I don't know. Okay, still echo. I don't know how to help you there with that, but let's see. That should. I don't think it's from TV. So I don't think. It could also be that I have this air conditioner going, but I mean, I don't think I had this issue yesterday while streaming. I don't know. Kind of interesting. Also could be, let me turn my, oh, okay, I know what it is now. There. I also got my computer, one of my computer that I'm watching, the Facebook studio and watching the Rumble side of it, connected to it as well, so that you're probably getting that. I'm betting you. So, yep, that's what it was. Okay. Well, that's going to make things interesting. So, shouldn't be able to... Okay, still a little... Either way. I just turned the TV back up, so I don't know what could be the issue there. So, let's see. What was I saying? You know, Auburn, it's still kind of echoey. muted. Okay, let me see. Also, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and show you. I have a video. It's not playing right now. But I don't know the echoing thing. I don't really know what the deal is with that right now. It may just be I turn the TV back up to be able to hear, whenever it comes up with the flags or whatever, just let us know what they call. So yeah, if you're Alabama, I got to say this. The big thing today is, you have a chance to go to the SEC championship that could help punch your ticket to the college football playoffs. I mean, if you win the SEC championship, then, you have pretty much. Okay. Let's go to commercial, and I'm going to try to fix whatever this issue is. And we'll be right back.
25. Milrose got a running back to his right. He's got 4 receivers. Milrow looking, throwing deep. He's got Ryan Williams caught. He's running down the sideline. Breaks a couple tackles. Running. Touchdown, Alabama. What a play. Touchdown, Alabama.
And here's the snap. Hands it to Audric Estime, and that is and should be a touchdown.
All right. So I think it may be better. I'm not 100% sure on that. I got it where I can hear myself through the microphone on my streaming platform. So, okay, I'll turn that on for a second. Go to my chat. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's fixed. I think I got one comment saying that it's fixed. So hopefully we're good for now. Hopefully all I had to do was just unplug my microphone and plug it back up. I don't know what the deal was with that. Okay, it's fixed. Good. Good. All right. Now we can get back into our pregame coverage. So, like I was saying, Alabama and Auburn, big game today. For Alabama, this is a massive game because you win this game, you go to the SEC championship, and that puts you in a spot where you win and you're in. There also is that scenario that if you're Alabama, if you lose the SEC championship game, you could still get into the playoff, but it would be a whole lot more difficult if you didn't just win out your regular season games if you're Alabama. So, a lot that can happen tonight, in this ball game. It's going to be, you're going to Jordan-Hare Stadium, prime time. I think, if I'm not wrong, the last time that Alabama and Auburn had a primetime kickoff was 2014 in Tuscaloosa. It was that crazy, the highest scoring Iron Bowl in the history of the Iron Bowl when you had Blake Sims against Nick Marshall in Tuscaloosa. It was a crazy game. That was the year after Kick 6. So crazy stuff. So this is going to be a really interesting football game here tonight. So yeah, what are some keys to this ball game? I got to say this. I think for Auburn, I want to see what Ashton Daniels does because I'm pretty sure they announced that he's going to be the starting quarterback tonight against Alabama. And then, yeah, he's pretty much the starting quarterback. Here's the question, too. You got guys like Cam Coleman and Eric Singleton. They're two big receivers. What impact do they have tonight against this Alabama team? That's going to be really interesting. Also, the defense for Auburn is going to be big because I don't necessarily think so from what I've seen, Hugh Freeze, before they fired Hugh Freeze, the defense was superb. I mean, literally, it was amazing. Defense was amazing for Auburn. Offense couldn't do nothing for Auburn. It's kind of flipped since they fired Hugh Freeze, and it's been DJ Durkin running the show. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens there with that situation. But yeah, it's going to be really fun to see this matchup here tonight. So Auburn, definitely going to be interesting to see. I think this is the game where they their defense has got to show up. You got to show up if you're Auburn's defense. It's big and it's vital to have that happen. So very interesting stuff coming up a little bit later here tonight. As that game, I think they said it's like going to start probably around 6:50 Central Time is when kickoff will happen. So we still got about another hour until the game kicks off. Alabama defense, I don't think Alabama's got to worry much about the defensive wise because I don't know, Alabama's defense has been really good all year. It's been very consistent. That's been the best part of Alabama's team this year is the defense. Alabama's defense is just miles better than, really, this is the best defense Bama, I think, has had in a couple years. Now, on the flip side, what Ty Simpson do we get? I think quarterback play and then what Alabama does running the football is big in tonight's game. Because if you look at Ty Simpson, he's turned the ball over a couple times in these past few games. And he had a chance at the Heisman. He's kind of blown it at this point. So, I agree with your comment, Colton, and I'm going to go ahead and share this. I agree with this. If both teams do play at their peaks, this is going to be a great game. Now, with that being said, it all comes, I think for Alabama, it comes down to what Ty Simpson do you get? Do you get the guy who is making decisive decisions and really putting the ball where it has to be? That's the big question for tonight. And then guys like Jam Miller, can you get going on the ground? You know, if Alabama's run game can get going, this will not be close. Because Alabama, if every part of Alabama is going at full capacity, then Auburn has no chance. But also, this is the Iron Bowl. It's a rivalry game. Anything could happen tonight. And so that's what makes this a really fun game for sure. All right. Real quick, I want to real quickly I want to go into a short commercial break as soon as my stuff loads. And then we're going to give you an update on what's going on around the country. So I'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. It is Iron Bowl Saturday. It is Saturday, November 29th, 2025, and it is a big deal tonight. So, we got a lot of interesting matchups that are currently going on, and earlier today we had some big games as well when it comes to the whole scheme of things within college football right now. So, I'm going to pull up some of the scores from today. First off, we want to talk about a game that was massive earlier this afternoon. Sounds like your mic is growling. So it is this cord plugged into my computer. I don't understand why it keeps doing that. That is just weird. But let's see if I can pull this back up real quick. But let's see. I think my mic's fixed again, hopefully. But yeah, Ohio State today, finally, they beat Michigan for the first time in like 5 years. Ohio State gets a 27-9 win today on the road. It was a big game because this is one where if Michigan wins it, then Michigan is going to the playoff. I don't think there's anyone that's going to deny that at all. So, of course, that Michigan's host of the playoff is done. Today, if we're looking at the box score, Julian Sayin had a pretty good day from what I've seen. He had a rough start at the beginning of the football game. He turned around the second half. He ended up at the end of the game, he was 19-26, 233 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. And then if you look at the run game for Ohio State, Bo Jackson, 22 carries, 117 yards. C.J. Donaldson, 14 for 44. And then you want to go look at the receiving. Carnell Tate, 5 for 82 and a touchdown. Bo Jackson, 4 for 49. Jeremiah Smith, 3 for 40 and a touchdown. And so, a pretty good game if you look at it from Ohio State's side. It was rough for Michigan, though. Bryce Underwood today, 8 of 18 throwing the football, only 63 yards and an interception. Run game, Jordan Marshall, 7 for 61. Bryson Cusdell, 11 for 38. So, there just wasn't much going on for Michigan. Good defensive football game. Ohio State's got one of the best defenses in college football, undeniably. Plus, if you look at the grand scheme of things, it is kind of interesting to see what Ohio State has done this season. So, Ohio State, they get the big win earlier this afternoon, 27-9. They have punched their ticket to the Big Ten championship game, and so they get a date with the Indiana Hoosiers in Indianapolis next Saturday night at 7 o'clock. Should be a really interesting football game. You look at other games going on around the country that happened earlier today. Miami crushes Pitt 38-7. They keep themselves alive into the playoff hunt. However, in my opinion, I really don't know if Miami, with this 38-7 win, if it really means anything, because they're ranked at 12. And let's say that, because so far I don't think anybody from the top of the rankings has really lost. So as long as everybody ahead of Miami wins, I don't see a world where Miami has much of a chance to get in right now. So that's an interesting situation that is going on. So you turn around to the games that are currently going on. Just now, John Mateer throws a 58-yard touchdown to Isaiah Satania to put them up 17-13 with 4:16 to go in the ball game. It's going to be a big drive for Michael Van Buren and the LSU Tigers offense. Can they get something going? This will be big, because if LSU wins this football game, there's no shot for Oklahoma going to the college football playoff, in my opinion. I don't think you would let a 3-loss Oklahoma in. They would be closer to letting a 3-loss Texas in, but at that, I really don't think a 3-loss team should be in. Yes, Cedric Alexander for Vanderbilt just scored a touchdown, 39 yards on the carry. They are now up 44-24 on Tennessee. Tennessee, they may be playing at home, but this Vanderbilt team is saying, hey, we deserve a shot in the big dance, as in basketball terms. But the college football playoff, could you imagine if you would have told me at the beginning of the year that Vanderbilt would be sitting here with a chance to play in the college football playoff, to have a chance to win a national championship? I would have said you're crazy. But hey, one of my friends, he texted me at the beginning of the season. He's like, hey, did you see what Diego Pavia said on a podcast? I was like, no. He said, and my friend texted me back. He's like, hey, he said that they're going to win the championship. Well, Vanderbilt has a chance to win the championship, folks. That is crazy to say. But at 10-2, with how Vanderbilt has been this season, it is going to be really hard to leave them out of that playoff. Unless something crazy happens and you have all these teams, someone's going to lose. Somebody's going to lose in this next time frame coming up. And Vanderbilt's going to have a shot. I just got to be honest. So, you got that going on. TCU and Cincinnati, they just went to halftime, 31-17 TCU. Reason why this game is just now at halftime, and it was a 2:30 kickoff, is that there in Fort Worth, they had a weather delay that, it paused the game for quite a while. So that's why that game is just now at halftime. So 31-17. Some other scores. Looks like Penn State is going to win once again. And I believe, yes, with the win today at Rutgers, they will make a bowl game. 6-6 is going to be Penn State's record. They're going to make a bowl game. And then another game that is pretty much out of hand at this point. Oregon up 26-14 over Washington right now with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And I mean, from the stuff I watched the first half of the game, I haven't watched since the first half. Oregon's defense really shutting down Washington. Washington just hasn't been able to do much of anything today. So Oregon pretty much punching their ticket to the college football playoff with the win this afternoon. So that's what's going on around the country, as there is a lot to get to. Florida up 24-14 over Florida State right now. They're midway through the third quarter, so that should be really interesting to see how that game finishes up here just a little bit later. And then round 2 for Oregon State and Washington State just kicked off a little bit ago. Washington State 3-0 lead over Oregon State. Oregon State with the football. And so that is some interesting stuff right at this moment. So some games coming up tonight in competition with Alabama and Auburn. You got Virginia Tech and Virginia coming up on ESPN after Vanderbilt and Tennessee is finally done. You've got Maryland and Michigan State, Rice and South Florida, UCLA and USC. UCLA and USC is an interesting football game. I mean, just to see what USC decides to do, like whether or not USC can help themselves, and so that'll be interesting to see. So you got a lot of games coming up. SMU in California. SMU in California is a really interesting football game to see the race for the ACC championship. So really interesting stuff coming up here in just a little while here tonight for some college football. All right, so we still got an hour, well, a little less than an hour until kickoff in Auburn, Alabama, and so it's going to be a really interesting night of football. So it is really exciting to be here this afternoon, and so of course, if you look at the rundown of the rankings right now, which I'm going to pull this up because this is really interesting so far. But let's see here. So if you look at the rankings, Ohio State, they won. Indiana won. Texas A&M, first team in the top 3. You know, they were number 3. They lost. Excuse me. Georgia won yesterday. Texas Tech, I think they won earlier today. I think they were playing West Virginia. Oregon, they're going to win. Ole Miss, they won. Oklahoma, they got a shot. It's close right now with LSU, so they got a shot. Notre Dame plays tonight at 9:30 Central Time. Alabama, of course, that's our game tonight. BYU, I think, plays a little bit later tonight. And then, of course, Miami won. Utah, they won. Vanderbilt's going to win. Michigan lost. Texas won. So, I mean, you got a lot of really interesting scenarios that are coming up. So, definitely going to be interesting to see how the remainder of this night goes. And so, we definitely really interesting to see. All right. Let's take a short commercial break, and then when we come back, we're going to have our intro to the game. So we'll be right back. rivalry. That's how we describe these two when facing off on the gridiron. But this rivalry runs deeper than 22 men on the field at a time battling as if it were war. This is a matchup that was put on pause because of differences on how to move forward as a state. From Bama punt to the kick six and gravedigger, this matchup has had special moments. Tonight, the game means as much as ever. Alabama with a win will play for an SEC title in Atlanta against Georgia in a rematch. However, the Tigers of Auburn look to play spoiler on any hope of Alabama playing for the college football playoff, and Auburn can punch a ticket to a bowl game. With all that being said, in the words of the great Hank Jr., are you ready for some football?
Football game in Auburn, Alabama. What do you think about that? Looks like my audio is really low, but I mean, hey, as long as you can hear me, yeah, let me know if you can still hear me good, or if it's being drained out by the music. But yep, college football. At its finest, it is the Iron Bowl, and it is going to be right here on Saber Broadcast Network. Thanks for coming here and joining us here early as we get you set for the Iron Bowl. So, I'm Cooper Naylor. We thank you for joining us. And so, cut off the music for now. So, we can update you right now. Oklahoma got the football back, 59-58. They took a knee a second ago. So they are going to run the clock out and going to win in just a defensive slugfest of a football game against LSU. Oklahoma pretty much will punch their ticket to the college football playoff with this win here today. It wasn't pretty, but they won the game, and that is the main thing. They won the game. Venables has led his team to the playoff. They have a 99% chance to make the college football playoff according to ESPN's All-State Playoff Predictor. John Mateer, it wasn't pretty. He threw, I think they said 3 interceptions today. It was not pretty, but Oklahoma found a way to win. Good teams always find a way to win in those moments of just bad stuff. So, got a lot to come. So, right now, so yep, we are still live, getting you set for the game. So, Oklahoma with the win. TCU and Cincinnati just came back from halftime. And then Vanderbilt, of course, a minute 48 left until Vanderbilt has won that game. So, of course, very interesting to see what's going to happen here with these games that are currently going on at the moment. So, in the comments, if you're watching live, whether you're on Facebook or if you're on YouTube or Rumble, let us know from the game. If you've watched football all day, what was the most surprising, or even yesterday, what was the most surprising result that you saw thus far? That would be my question that I have for you. Oklahoma, though, 17-13 over LSU. They found a way to win. We got 41 minutes until kickoff in Auburn, meaning that the game's probably going to kick off about 6:48 or 6:49, something like that. Ryan Williams, he has 59.8 receiving yards per game. That is second on the team. Okay. Also, they are keeping an eye on the whole Lane Kiffin situation. Is Lane Kiffin going to LSU? Is he going to Florida? Is he staying at Ole Miss? And somehow there's a lot of speculation between whether or not Kalen DeBoer would leave Alabama and go to Penn State. There's a lot of that going on too. So, like, if DeBoer was to leave Alabama for Penn State, would Lane Kiffin replace DeBoer at Alabama? So much going on. But right now they are saying that Lane Kiffin is considering a lucrative contract offer from LSU. He's considering it. He hasn't accepted it yet, so it is not final. But it's a potential that it could happen that Lane Kiffin would be the head coach of the LSU Tigers. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Also, some coaching news. Talking about Vanderbilt. Clark Lee, of course, signed that extension, and he's got his team going on the right trajectory. 10-2, as it's pretty much official now. 20 seconds to go, as it looks like one more knee coming from Diego Pavia, and that'll end this football game in Knoxville. But big win there for Vanderbilt. They're going to run the ball, and I think, they got the first down there. And he got out of that. Since it's a first down, of course, the clock has to stop for a split second. But that's it. Vanderbilt is 10-2. First 10-win season in school history for Vanderbilt. That is crazy. Just craziness going on in college football this season, as Vanderbilt is now there. Wow. All right. On one of my TVs, I'm going to turn over and get ready for UCLA and USC. But yeah, this game with Alabama and Auburn, this is like, every year has a lot of significance, but definitely this year's got a lot of significance. It really does. Last year, Auburn, it was similar in the fact that both teams, Alabama really didn't have much of a shot to get to the college football playoff last year, but Auburn, of course, was fighting for a bowl game appearance in that game last year. So it's definitely interesting to see that Auburn, again, fighting for a bowl game. Plus, they're trying to see, because here's the thing. The way Auburn fans are, if they win this game, they may hand DJ Durkin the job. Whether that is the right way to go about it or not, that's just the truth of the matter. They may hand him the job. So, all right, we're going to come back on the other side of a commercial break and break down this Alabama-Auburn game some more. And so we'll be right back after commercial. All right, welcome back, everybody. Cooper Naylor here with you as we get you closer, ever so closer to the Iron Bowl. So, tonight, I was talking about I was telling you that we were going to come back and talk about Alabama and Auburn, and that's what we're going to do. So, also, I need to check this because I think we got injury reports for both teams. No, it doesn't show this on the rosters, but I'm gonna pull it up. But there is an injury report that is, of course, there's injury reports that come out. So let me see injury report for 2025 Iron Bowl. But one guy I know for Alabama that is not going to be playing is Josh Cuevas. So let's see. Here we go. This should be it right here from Montgomery Advertiser. They make you want to. Okay, that's stupid. They want me to pay for that. But okay, let's look at Alabama first because I got. So for Alabama tonight, here we go. This is both teams. So Cameron Howard, defensive back for Alabama, he's out. Jamarian Latham is out. Dre Kirkpatrick Jr., Kevin Riley, Abdul Sanders Jr. You got Josh Cuevas out. Danny Lewis Jr. out. Jeremiah Beeman is out for Alabama. Of course, the big loss here is the tight end Josh Cuevas. He was a couple weeks ago when we went to go watch Alabama and Oklahoma live. Josh Cuevas, he was huge to the success of Alabama as far as how they were able to get down the field and actually make some plays. He was like the main bright spot on a struggling team that night. So, that's a big loss for Alabama. You look at Auburn, Champ Anthony is out. Horatio Fields is out. DeMarcus Riddick, Sam Turner, Connor Liu, and Sylvester Smith. Horatio Fields, I remember back at the beginning of the season, he was a big part of Auburn's offensive scheme. And so, not having some of those guys, not great, but we'll see what happens there for Auburn here tonight. But that's your injury report. And so, you look at this game, it's very interesting because I think that both teams play opposite styles of offense. Alabama, they want to throw the ball all around the field because they don't have much of a run game. And then you look at Auburn, and they're more run the football because they haven't had really that quarterback. Ashton Daniels can throw the ball some better than Jackson Arnold, but when it comes for Auburn, they're more of a run-heavy team. So this is going to be one of those matchups where it's, if Auburn can throw the football good, then they have a good chance of winning the game. But if Alabama runs the football good, Alabama's got a really good chance of winning the football game. So it's really interesting to see this matchup in that light. And so, of course, right now they're showing off the college football playoff bracket. Texas A&M definitely is going to drop some. They're probably not going to be. I don't know if they would have a bye at this moment if it were right now. So that's kind of interesting because they're ranked number 3 at this moment. It depends on how far they drop them, after that loss to Texas. That's going to be interesting to see with that matchup. But, of course, Alabama, with the win, like I said earlier, they have a chance to go to the SEC championship game with a win at Auburn. Of course, Ole Miss, they get into the SEC championship game with a loss. Alabama losing tonight at Auburn. So, big stuff coming up tonight in Tuscaloosa. Very big stuff. But we got like almost 30 minutes left till kickoff, which is crazy. that it's that long. But of course, right now they're showing highlights of Julian Sayin, and this throw they're showing, it's just beautiful. He just lobs it, puts it right where it needs to be. Carnell Tate just has to run underneath it. It's incredible. It was snowing like crazy up there, so it's going to be a fun game. So we still got a little bit until kickoff. And so, of course, some games from yesterday that we got to see yesterday that was big into how college football is right now and how the playoff. All right, so you go back to yesterday, and yesterday you had Indiana just absolutely stomping Purdue at Purdue. So 56-3, Indiana gets the win. Of course, like I said, Texas beats Texas A&M 27-17. And really there at the end of the game, the problem that you got was that Marcel Reed, he threw 2 really bad interceptions. You can't throw those. He did. That's what caused the loss for A&M yesterday. They lose on the road at Texas 27-17. It's been a long time since A&M beat Texas as well. But also keep in mind, this is only the second year second year since they have returned to playing the series. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do next season in that rivalry for sure. Georgia 16-9 over Georgia Tech. Offenses weren't really going in that football game, but hey, Georgia just made more plays. Georgia made more plays, and that's what won the game. And then Ole Miss, of course, they won 38-19 over Mississippi State. Of course, that punched their ticket to the college football playoff with that win. So that's really interesting to see. Utah, we were here discussing it live. Utah about let Kansas beat them. I think it doesn't look good for them when it comes to their argument for the playoff. But, of course, we'll have to wait and see. I think the best chance for the Big 12 to get 2 teams in the college football playoff field, is for BYU to beat Texas Tech next Saturday for the Big 12 championship. If that doesn't happen, I don't know if the Big 12 gets 2 teams in. So it'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out. So, of course, Arizona, they just beat the socks off of Arizona State 23-7. That was big. Iowa beats Nebraska 40-16. Nebraska never really had a chance in that football game. Ohio 31-26 over Buffalo. Kent State 35-31 over Northern Illinois. Air Force 42-21 over Colorado State. New Mexico 23-17 over San Diego State in second overtime. North Texas 52-25 over Temple. And Boise State 25-24 over Utah State. So, next week, the matchups that are set for conference championship weekend, you got Kennesaw State taking on Jacksonville State at Jacksonville State for the Conference USA Championship game Friday night at 6 o'clock on CBS Sports Network. Of course, Mountain West, Sun Belt, and the American all are yet to be decided as far as the matchup. Of course, I think North Texas and I want to say both North Texas and Tulane will probably end up playing in that game, but I'm not 100% sure. BYU and Texas Tech, like we said, they're set for the Big 12 championship Saturday in Arlington. In Detroit, Miami of Ohio, Western Michigan will play for the MAC championship. SEC, like I said, it's not set until after the Iron Bowl tonight, which we will see here together live. And then Big 10 championship set for the top 2 teams in the country, Ohio State and Indiana, both undefeated, 7 o'clock on ABC. And then, of course, also at 7 o'clock on ABC next Saturday night will be the ACC Championship game, which should be really interesting to see, depending on how that all shakes out. And so that was ESPN.com. FBS Schedules is a website that shows you a lot more in-depth analysis about how the conference, about the schedules and stuff like that. So this will give you, so the Sun Belt's going to be Troy and James Madison. So that's good to know. So Troy and James Madison, that is Friday night. North Texas is in the American Championship game Friday night, 7 o'clock ABC. Mountain West is not decided yet. Of course, the SWAC Championship game is going to be Prairie View A&M at Jackson State. Of course, Georgia, they're in the SEC title game, and ACC still just undecided yet. So, going to be really interesting to see what happens tonight, as, of course, we are getting close, ever so closer to kickoff for one of the best games of the season, the Iron Bowl. It means a lot today. It's meant a lot all year. Of course, in the state here, like I said, I live here in the state of Alabama. I know that this is a huge game when it comes to, all the fans that live in this state. This is a huge matchup. If you are a resident of the state of Alabama, you've got to win this football game. It's indicative that you win the football game. So the Iron Bowl, huge deal. And so, of course, a lot to go on tonight. It's going to be a fun one, that's for sure. We have nearly been on for an hour giving you some pregame coverage for the Iron Bowl. Of course, the last time that these two played at Jordan-Hare Stadium, it was Jalen Milroe throwing it into the back of the end zone to Isaiah Bond on the Gravedigger play, on what went down as one of the craziest plays in Iron Bowl history, and there's been a lot of crazy plays. But 4th and 31, and it's a touchdown in the back of the end zone to Isaiah Bond. It was crazy last season, or 2 seasons ago. Of course, last year was at Alabama, and Alabama beat Auburn 28-14. In what was a game that both teams didn't play their best, but it was Alabama getting the win for sure. So, of course, the game is being played at Auburn. Going to be a whole lot of fun. So, let's go to a commercial break, and then we will do our intro, and it'll be time for the Iron Bowl on Saber Broadcast Network. Stick around, folks. rivalry. That's how we describe these two when facing off on the gridiron. But this rivalry runs deeper than 22 men on the field at a time battling as if it were war. This is a matchup that was put on pause because of differences on how to move forward as a state. From punt, Bama punt to the kick six and gravedigger, this matchup has had special moments. Tonight, the game means as much as ever. Alabama with a win will play for an SEC title in Atlanta against Georgia in a rematch. However, the Tigers of Auburn look to play spoiler on any hope of Alabama playing for the college football playoff, and Auburn can punch a ticket to a bowl game. With all that being said, in the words of the great Hank Jr., are you ready for some football?
And it is Iron Bowl Saturday. We welcome you to one of the biggest games of the year, and it is that time, folks. Alabama, they have a chance, like I said in the intro, to go to the SEC championship game, and it matters here. This one game at Auburn. And so it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Auburn, of course, has had a rough go of it this season. And, of course, with the firing of Hugh Freeze, they are signaling that they want a fresh start. And what better way could that be than if you were to get a win today and potentially, they may want to rehire, promote DJ Durkin to head coach. Now, me personally, I don't think that's a great idea, but at the end of the day, that's how it all works out. This game means a lot, and if you have an interim coach, if you win the Iron Bowl, it could be a huge stepping stone to the future of the program. Of course, this season, Ty Simpson, 67% completion percentage, 266.7 passing yards per game. He's got 22 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. So, you look at the stats, it looks good. He's kind of an average quarterback. He's, your drop back passer who, if you need him to get out and run and make a play, he can do that. So Ty Simpson definitely has been decent for Alabama. Now, as far as, tonight's matchup against Auburn, it's going to be really interesting to see what he does here tonight, because you're going up against an Auburn defense that most of the season has looked pretty good. When you consider that, when it comes to getting pressure on the quarterback, that you got guys like Keldrick Falk, 26 pressures. You got Xavier Atkins, 7.5 tackles per game. So this is going to be a really good matchup here tonight in the Iron Bowl. And so I'm really excited. And so, folks, this is the 4th year I am doing the Iron Bowl, 4th straight year. And, of course, Ashton Daniels getting his third start at Auburn this season. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see what happens in tonight's Iron Bowl. I was here. I did 2022 when Alabama was 9-2 heading at home, play against Cadillac Williams and Auburn in Tuscaloosa. Then I was here for Gravedigger in 2023 when they played at Auburn last regular season SEC on CBS game. Then I did last year's game where it was kind of like a slugfest, but Alabama ended up winning it 28-14. And here we are tonight, the 4th year in a row that I am streaming the Iron Bowl, doing play-by-play. And I'm excited to do it for you. There's our scoreboard for tonight. I did a little bit of updating. My editor, Colton, he told me that the background that I was using, the blue, like the light blue, he didn't like it. So we got a gray color for the background of our scoreboard here tonight. So it is college football, and it is here on Saber Broadcast Network. We got a great matchup here tonight. It is Alabama, and it is Auburn for the Iron Bowl. Bragging rights year-round for everyone to say, you were the one who was the best team in the state, whether it is full season or if it's just for one night. You could say, hey, we won the Iron Bowl.
We are better than them for 365 days is what you can sit there and make sure everybody knows it. Big rivalry game here tonight. And, of course, it is in comparisons to Ohio State, Michigan in the game. But personally, being from the state of Alabama, I know this rivalry means more. It just means more here in the South. So it's gonna be fun. Just waiting on ABC to come back because they're slowest. They're slow when it comes to stuff like this. Of course, big loss for Alabama is going to be Josh Cuevas and Kevin Riley, the running back. So, going to be interesting to see what Alabama's offense looks like tonight without Josh Cuevas, because Cuevas was really big when it came to one of Ty Simpson's most reliable targets on the offensive side of the football. So, I'm interested to see what happens tonight. Auburn, I think, honestly, if you're Auburn, other than the bowl game, you're just going to go out there. You don't have much to have to play for, but this is a huge rivalry game. I'm expecting Auburn to come out and probably play their best game all year round. So this is going to be an exciting football game. Papa John's kickoff for ABC. Oh yeah, now they're doing they're showing what happened last night. Of course, with Arch Manning in Texas taking down the number 3 team in the country, Texas A&M. Texas A&M, they always find a way to lose. And Marcel Reed, those 2 turnovers he had was just big. And of course, Sark is trying to make the case of why Texas should be in the college football playoff. Of course, earlier today, Ohio State, as I said earlier, Ohio State got the win over Michigan 27-9. They just dominated Michigan. And Julian Sayin, of course, like I said, first half wasn't incredible for him, but then he got it going in the second half. It was all Ohio State from that point. And then Washington and Oregon. And Oregon, I think, Oregon on this play, they're showing Dante Moore just a beautiful pass, and it's just a touchdown because Washington can't take down. I think that's Malik Benson. Yeah, Malik Benson right there. They're showing the touchdown from. And, of course, Oklahoma. Oklahoma getting the big win over LSU. They struggled most of the game, and they found a way to win it at the end of the ball game. So, of course, John Mateer, he didn't have a great game. But Oklahoma, that's what good teams do. When your offense isn't going, you got a good defense that can keep you in ball games, and then you make enough plays to win the ball game. So, Oklahoma is in the college football playoff. And then, of course, tonight, you got the Iron Bowl as of course, the Auburn faithful letting the eagle fly tonight. That is awesome, though, to get to see the eagle fly. Really cool. Yep. So, Iron Bowl coming up. They're going to another commercial break. Also, an update, Virginia Tech just tried to kick a field goal, 45-yarder, and it misses wide right. Virginia is going to get the football back up 7-0 in the first quarter. So that's just an update about what's going on around the country. And then also coming up in just a few minutes, USC and UCLA kicking off about the same time as Alabama and Auburn. Going to be interesting to see that result. You know what? I forgot. I don't think on our Saber Broadcast Network Facebook page, I don't think we shared tonight's stream. So I'm going to do that real quick. Do that on my cell phone. It's kind of nice. Right. Yep. And we will share the video. Boom, got it. All right. So everybody should be able to see on our YouTube, Facebook, and Rumble pages, we are alive and ready for the Iron Bowl. Iron Bowl Saturday, folks. It is awesome to be here with you. Oh, I never gave a title on here, but that's fine. All right. So, still waiting on the commercial break. Looks like USC's coming out of the gates. 8-3, number 17 in the country. USC is getting ready to take on UCLA. We've been here for about an hour and 11 minutes now, getting you set for Alabama and Auburn. Alabama playing for a chance to go to the SEC championship game and with a rematch against the Georgia Bulldogs. No matter what happens, Georgia is getting a rematch, whether it's Alabama or Ole Miss. Both they played in Athens, where Alabama beat Georgia, but Ole Miss got beat to Georgia. Wow, ABC got Vern Lundquist to do an intro. I don't know if you can hear my TV. I don't want to get demonetized. Oh my goodness, they're showing the clip from the kick six. That's got to be probably the most historic play in Iron Bowl history. I mean, I want to get your opinions, folks, but I mean, I would say the kick six is probably the most memorable play, the most historic play in the history of the Iron Bowl. So, of course, now they're showing the Isaiah Bond catch on 4th and 31. Crazy. They actually got Vern Lundquist to do it. Do the intro. It's the Iron Bowl, folks. Here we go. It for the 90th time. It's Alabama and Auburn. Crazy to think there would have been a whole lot more matchups between these two teams had a long time ago, about the early 1900s, that if these two would have had their differences, the state basically forced I think Auburn was wanting to play, but Alabama kept saying, no, we don't want to play this game. And then I think about 1948, the state basically forced them, basically for funding for the school. Basically, the state told them, we're not going to fund you if you don't play this game. And that was in 1948. And ever since, the Iron Bowl has taken place. Crazy story, but it's true. You can go look it up. You can go look it up, folks. But it is that time. Auburn is coming out. DJ Durkin leads his Tigers out. Of course, Alabama made their entrance just a minute ago. This is Kalen DeBoer's first time as a head coach playing at Jordan-Hare Stadium and bringing his Alabama Crimson Tide in. Of course, last season, Alabama finished the year 9-4. So if Alabama wins this football game, then as head coach, Kalen DeBoer will have his most wins in Tuscaloosa. So that's kind of an interesting note. And so we'll see what happens tonight. Crazy game. Of course, November 27, 2021, when one of the last times that Alabama and Auburn faced off on the Plains, it was the 4 overtime thriller where Bryce Young takes his team 99 yards to score to get you into that opportunity to win the game. And then, of course, 4th and 31, that was crazy. The Gravedigger play to win the Iron Bowl. And so, who knows what will happen tonight in Auburn, Alabama? It's going to be crazy. Last 6 Iron Bowls, they're pretty much tied in points, 167 points each. Both teams have 3 wins. Last 3 decided by 3 points or fewer when it comes to Iron Bowls in Auburn. Alabama has 5 straight Iron Bowl wins. DeBoer getting interviewed by Holly Rowe of ESPN. And it's about that time, folks. It is Iron Bowl time. Oh, my goodness. This is a game that everybody here in the state of Alabama, they cannot wait to see at the end of the year. So here we go. This is so exciting. The Iron Bowl. I love this game. I love this game, folks. So, Ty Simpson as one of the captains tonight. First 9 games, he had 21 touchdowns, 1 interception. Last game. It is the last 2 games, that is. 1 touchdown thrown, 3 interceptions. So he's got to clean it up a little bit. Auburn is absolutely rocking and rolling. But like I said before, we went to Alabama, Oklahoma. That was a crazy game. And then we went to the Plains and watched Auburn and Mercer. And so tonight it is Alabama and Auburn in the Iron Bowl. So here we go. We are getting set. Auburn fans really getting rocking and rolling here tonight. Showing the same preview video that they showed last week during the Mercer game. So here we go. It's going to be exciting. All the shots of the fans. It's definitely packed tonight. Auburn will be kicking off the football. Of course, the kicker for tonight for Auburn. Place kicker. You have Alex McPherson as your main kicker for Auburn. So here we go. I believe it looks like, yes, Connor Gibbs will be kicking it away for the Auburn Tigers. And so kick returner is Lottie Brooks as this one is kicked back, and it'll be returnable for Alabama. It's Lottie Brooks who's trying to make a play. He gets up to the 25-yard line and out of bounds at about the 30-yard line. A great kick return right there by Alabama. So here comes Ty Simpson. And like we said, he started the season out. First 7 games, 70% completion percentage, 18 touchdowns, 1 interception. Last 4 games, down to 62%, 4 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. So here we go. It is Alabama with the football at the 30-yard line. He's got a running back to his right. He's got, it looks like, 3 receivers wide. Ty Simpson going to drop back to the pass. Looking, got some time, got a man that he's looking for, and just nowhere near Jeremy Bernard. Not a great pass there from Ty Simpson as he has a word for the ref. And, I mean, right there, I don't really know where. I mean, I know he was trying to go to Bernard, but he just doesn't put it where Bernard needs it. And so that's going to be 2nd down and 10 here early. If you're Auburn, the crowd is loud tonight. You got to make sure you keep that noise going. Alabama looks like they're going to go 5 wide. Man in motion. It's a handoff to Lottie Brooks, who's going to try to get to the outside. He does, and cutting around, and he gets about 8 yards on that run. And great job by Lottie Brooks. It's going to be 3rd down for Alabama. Now we got a flag on the field. Matt Leffler is your official tonight, your lead official. So we'll see. Holding going against Alabama. That's not good for Alabama. You can't, Jeremy Bernard with the holding right there for Alabama. You can't do that. And yeah, it's a holding, trying to help Brooks have enough space to get on the edge and get that yardage. So it's going to be 2nd down and 20 yards to gain for Alabama. They're back to the 21-yard line. Got a long way to go. Alabama seems to be a little rattled here tonight. Jam Miller to the left of Ty Simpson. Simpson running up to the line of scrimmage to give out a signal to his offense, up to his center. Simpson sends his tight end in motion. Takes the snap. He's looking to throw it. Simpson going to have to just dump it to Jam Miller. Miller going to try to make a play, and he's going to get about 3 yards right there. And it looks like another flag. And I feel like this could potentially be on Auburn. Maybe like a holding, or maybe a holding or face mask. Yep. That's going against Auburn. That's number 4. Number 4 for Auburn's defense. That's Kyan Lee with the face mask. So that's going to help Alabama out. So 2 quick penalties, one against Alabama, one goes against Auburn. That's Kyan Lee, the junior from Ellenwood, Georgia. 1st and 10 for Alabama at the 40-yard line. Miller sends his running back in motion. Simpson trying to get a signal out to Jeremy Bernard. Here's Simpson looking to throw, going to roll to his left. Looking, throwing, that one! I think it was caught. Jeremy Bernard, okay, no catch. That would have been a great catch, but they call it incomplete. So, impact players tonight, Jeremy Bernard and Ryan Williams. On the offense, Kyron Crawford and Xavier Atkins for Auburn on that defense. 2nd down and 10 to go for Alabama. Simpson's got a running back to his right. He's got 4 receivers wide. Sends his running back in motion. Takes a snap, looking, throwing, got Bernard. And that is caught. And a nice little gain right there. It's going to be 3rd down for Alabama. And so Simpson, it looks like he may be settling in a little bit, but he still doesn't look fully ready to go. A little bit rattled by this crowd noise here tonight. 3rd and 3 for Alabama. Got 7 yards on that catch by Jeremy Bernard. One running back to the right of Simpson. Bernard in motion for Alabama. Here's Simpson looking to throw. Looking, going deep. Got a man. That's Jeremy Bernard, and it's too far. He had Jeremy Bernard, and he threw it too far. And Alabama is going to have to punt this football. And again, you can't miss this. You got Bernard, and he just puts it too far ahead of him. And just 2 guys that were not on the same page. And You can't miss that. So Alabama out to punt. Blake Dowd will punt it to Malcolm Simmons. And this one will be called for a fair catch at the 15-yard line, as it's going to be Ashton Daniels and the Auburn Tiger offense coming out in just a minute. So we are going to take the commercial break with the national broadcast on ABC. So we will be right back. All right, welcome back to the Iron Bowl live here on Saber Broadcast Network. I'm Cooper Naylor. And so that first drive by Alabama, it wasn't incredible. And I would say if you're Alabama, could have been a whole lot better, especially that deep pass. I mean, Simpson and Bernard just wasn't on the same page. You got to get on the same page when it comes to that. So not a great start there for Alabama's offense, but we'll see what happens now if their defense can get a stop here. But Ashton Daniels and the Auburn Tigers offense, see what they can do. Daniels, the better thrower out of the quarterbacks. Of course, you don't know much about Deuce Knight other than he played against Mercer last Saturday. So we go, they're all wide out. Ashton Daniels going to take a quarterback keeper, and he's going to get a pretty nice gain, about 4 yards on that carry. And so that'll be second down for the Auburn Tigers. Oh, they get 5 yards on that. Okay, they're going to go fast. 5 receivers wide. Daniels looking to throw it. Getting some pressure, and he just falls down. He loses 6 yards on the play. And a nice pressure there coming from Smith. Big number 23, James Smith for Alabama. And this is just a great job. Like I said, get pressure, and Daniels, he just slips and falls. Here we go. One running back to the right of Ashton Daniels. 4 receivers wide. And, of course, both teams looking to the sidelines trying to get the play call. Under 10 to snap it. Daniels sends his running back in motion. looking to throw. That one knocked down and nearly picked. Keon Sabb, a great play right there for Alabama. And that is going to be a 3-and-out for the Auburn Tigers. Great job by the Alabama defense. I love the way that, Alabama, they just explode through that offensive line of Auburn, who is just not able to get any stops on this Bama defense. Keon Sabb right there gets his hand out, deflects the pass, incomplete, as there's Hudson Cack with the punt, and that'll be a fair catch for Cole Adams of Alabama. So Alabama's going to start at about the 47-yard line. So it's going to be Ty Simpson and his offense coming back out. So, if I'm Alabama, I'm just telling Simpson, hey, put that drive to the back of your mind, and now let's just start anew, and let's just go down and try to score a touchdown and take control of the ball game. Of course, this is, first start for Ty Simpson at Auburn. Kalen DeBoer's first game as head coach down here at Alabama, playing at Auburn. And I think there's going to be a flag going against Auburn for a false start. Let's wait and see what they call. Matt Leffler, of course, as our lead official for tonight's game. Offside against Auburn. So it's going to be an automatic first down for Alabama. That's a good hard count there by Ty Simpson. So here we go, 1st and 5 for Simpson. They're at Auburn's 49 now. Running back to the left of Simpson. He's got 3 receivers wide. Going to be the handoff to his running back. And that's a good carry right there. Nice little run right there for Alabama. Ryan Grubb, offensive coordinator for Alabama. Of course, DJ Durkin, he was the defensive coordinator for Auburn. And so he continues to call the plays. So here we go, 2nd and 3. Simpson going to be by himself in the backfield. Takes the snap. He's going to be looking, rolling to his left, looking, throwing. That is off the hands of Lottie Brooks. It could be 3rd and 3 for Alabama. And, in a game like this, you got to catch that football. And Lottie Brooks, this is Simpson. He doesn't really have anywhere to go. He finds Lottie Brooks, and Lottie Brooks just unable to get it into his hands. Simpson all alone in the backfield. This season, Alabama's 49% on 3rd downs. Takes the snap. Looking, got time. Offensive line doing a great job. And Simpson out wide, and that is to his running back. It's going to be, that is Hill. That's Hill with the catch. I think they call it short. I think it's, Daniel Hill. That's who it is. I'm going to try to update this a little bit. There we go. All right, Alabama coming. Simpson going up to the line, trying to get a play call. And they're just going to have to burn a timeout right there. So 4th and 1 for Alabama. They thought about going for it on that 4th down. And so we'll just have to wait and see what they end up deciding to do. So, of course, they are at a commercial break on the national broadcast. And so we are going to join them, and we'll see you on the other side. All right. We are back. Alabama's got a 4th and 1 here early on in the ball game, and they're going to send the offense out. So let's see what they end up doing here. So they got a running, it looks like Jam Miller to the left of Ty Simpson. They got 3 receivers wide. Now he sends them in motion. They're all going to stack up. It's like it may be some kind of like quarterback sneak, or either they're trying to get Auburn to jump offside. Here we go. Simpson going to take the snap. It's a quarterback sneak, and he's got the first down. Beautifully done there by Ty Simpson. Alabama's offensive line has done – Alabama's offensive line, you got to say this. When it comes to Alabama's O-line versus Auburn's D-line, Alabama is getting a lot of push here tonight, and they're getting a lot of protection for Ty Simpson. You've got to give them credit there. Man to motion for Alabama. Here's Simpson handing it off to Jam Miller, who's going to try to get to the outside, and he's going to pick up about 8 yards right there on the first down. It's going to be second down for Alabama. Jam Miller, 51.3 rush yards per game. That leads all tied running backs. Simpson got Jam Miller behind him. He's got 4 receivers wide. Simpson giving out some signals up at the line of scrimmage. So here we go. Simpson waiting to take the snap. Now does. Hand off to Jam Miller, who's going to get a first down. They're just riding that offensive line. So far, great push by Alabama's O-line. Just great job right there. Bama just making the plays they need to. And just a great job right there. clock running to about 8.5 to go. Simpson under center. He's got Jam Miller behind him. Sends Jeremy Bernard in motion. Simpson handing it off to Jam Miller. And he's just going to continue barreling his way down through the middle of that offensive line. Gets 4 more right there. And got to say, that's just a great job by Jam Miller just running behind your offensive line. Great job. And now he's out of the ball game. Did a great job. That was a great sequence right there by Jam Miller. Just got to give him a lot of credit. 2nd and 5 for Alabama. Miller, he's got his running back to his right. Or Ty Simpson, Sends a man in motion. Here's Simpson. Fakes the handoff to Daniel Hill. Getting pressure, and he just has to throw that one away. Keon Crawford gets the pressure right there on Ty Simpson. It's going to be 3rd and 5 for Alabama. And right there, that's the first time tonight where it's like, seems like Alabama's O-line, they just missed an assignment. Crawford, he just has a free ride right to Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson's just got to get rid of the football. Here we go, 3rd down for Alabama. 4 out wide, running back to the right. Simpson trying to give out some signals. Very loud at Jordan Hare right now. Simpson. And they're going to burn their 2nd time out of the first quarter. They're down to 1 more. And Alabama, in this first few minutes, they have burned 2 timeouts. Wow. 3rd and 5 for Alabama. This is just crazy. They've already burned 2 timeouts here. We'll just see if that has anything to do with it. Also, they're checking. Also, one thing they're mentioning is about Ty Simpson. He kind of landed hard on his head. So they're just wanting to make sure he's okay for the remainder of this ball game. So 3rd and 5 for the Tide. Daniel Hill in it, running back for Alabama. Simpson running to the line, trying to give his signals out. Time is running down for Simpson. 5 seconds to snap it. Simpson going to get the snap. Looking to throw. Got some time. Now going to throw it. And he just has to get rid of it. 4th and 5. And Simpson. It looks like Crawford and Simpson had a couple of words for each other. 4th and 5. As I guess Alabama's just going to have to kick a field goal here. And just a lot of pressure in Ty Simpson's face. And Crawford and Simpson just going back and forth. Here is Connor Talty. He's 5 of 9 on field goals from 40 plus. So let's see if he can make this one. This one is up, and it is good for Alabama. And the Tide take the lead 3-0 here early in the ball game. He kicked that one straight through the middle of the upright, and Alabama has a 3-0 lead here early in this ball game. All right, let's take a commercial break, and we'll be right back to the first quarter of the Iron Bowl. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is Iron Bowl coverage right here on Saber Broadcast Network. Alabama takes the lead 3-0 with the Connor Talty field goal a second ago. So overall, I would say this. The majority of the drive, Alabama was moving it down the field nicely, and they had a really great thing going with offensive line-wise. Okay. Okay. I think they said that Ty Simpson has put something on the ear hole of his helmet so he can have better communication with Ryan Grubb. That was a 10-play, 27-yard drive for Alabama. It took about 4.5 minutes off the clock. And Auburn, just a weird scenario is there's a flag, but it's like that, it's like a bobble. Wonder what that's a weird situation we just saw. It's going to be a late hit on Lottie Brooks. Okay, that is just a stupid play by Lottie Brooks. You can't do that. DeBoer is mad about it, but where? Okay, yes. Way at the beginning, Pleasant for Auburn gives a signal like the fair catch signal, and then it bounces off the ground. He goes up, grabs a football, and then Lottie Brooks comes in way after the fact and hits him. I mean, I can see where DeBoer may be mad because he may not have seen the fair catch signal, but at the same time, it's a stupid hit by Lottie Brooks. Here we go, Auburn, another throwing play, and that's incomplete. That was looking for Cam Coleman, and he's coming up hobbling, and he kind of does a weird, like, he jumps into it and kind of like a weird angle he goes up and tries to get the ball at. Ball was way behind him, too. Auburn has not ran a running play with a running back. They had the quarterback run as there's a incomplete pass looking for Jeremiah Cobb. I don't understand. Auburn, I don't understand what they're doing on offense. This is like they're not even trying to run the ball with their running backs. Ashton Daniels, he knows he's about to get hit, so he just gets rid of the football. This is just stupid what they're doing. 3rd and 10 for Auburn. Cobb to the left of Ashton Daniels. Here's the snap. Daniels looking to throw. Going to throw it. That one is low and incomplete. Looking for his receiver, Perry Thompson. 4th and 10 for Auburn. And Auburn's offense looks awful. These first two drives, it just looks bad for Auburn. As that just, I mean, I don't even know what to say about that throw. Alabama, 34 yards offensively. Auburn, -1. Here's the punt, and it's going to be Alabama football. And that one, fair caught by Cole Adams at about the 34-35-yard line. So we'll be able to see what Ty Simpson and the Alabama offense can do right here and see if they can put up any more than just 3 points. So 7 minutes to go in this first quarter. We'll see, of course, Ryan Grubb, offensive coordinator for Alabama. We'll see what he draws up. This season, Alabama 70% passing yard percentage, and then rush yards 30%. So, heavy passing team is Alabama. Simpson trying to get some signals. He's still having a hard time hearing. Here we go. Simpson dropping back. Got some pressure. He's going to throw it. Nearly picked. That is nearly picked. And that is right there, number 16 for that Auburn Tiger defense. That is Bryce Dees. That would have been a big interception there for Auburn if they could have got it. 2nd and 10. Simpson, he's got a running back to his left. Sends Bernard in motion. Simpson takes the snap. Going to hand it off to Jam Miller. Miller gets about 2 yards. That'll be it. It's a 3rd down for Alabama. What can they do right here? If you're Alabama, you gotta pick up this 1st down. If you're Auburn, you got to get off the field. So we'll see 3rd and 9 for the Tide. 4 receivers wide, 1 running back to the right of Simpson. Looks like that's Jam Miller. Only 1 timeout, but no team has converted a 3rd down as of yet here tonight. Simpson takes the snap. Got pressure coming, and Simpson just gets rid of that football. And Crawford bringing the pressure. 4th and 9 for Alabama. And Alabama wants an offside right there. Let's see. Did Crawford get an early start? Yes, he did. Yeah, I think I don't know. Announcers on TV are saying that he's good, but I'm thinking he jumped off. Here's the punt. And this one will bounce. It's a very nice Alabama bounce down to about the 18-yard line. So we'll see what Auburn can do on offense here. They have literally not been able to move the ball at all. So we'll see what Auburn does here on this drive. 6 minutes to go in the 1st quarter. It's been a really good defensive football game here early. So here we go. 1st and 10 for Auburn. Daniels, and I think we'll have to wait and see what this flag is all about. False start on Auburn. I think there's probably been sloppier ones, but yeah, this is not a good looking 1st quarter. That is for sure. Here we go. Daniels, he's going to take off and run, and he gets a few yards right there. Maybe enough to get back to that 10 yards to gain. So it'd be like 2nd and 10, I think. Second down, 10 yards to go. Daniels sends a man in motion, takes a snap, looking. Now going to roll to his right, going to throw it out to his receiver. That's a nice little catch. That's Bryce Kane right there for Auburn. It's a 3rd and 8 for Auburn. Here we go. Daniels looking to throw. Got some pressure. That one, I think, was dropped. And that is Frazier. Brandon Frazier dropping the football. That would have been a 1st down for Auburn, and Frazier just drops it. Wow. 4th and 8, and Auburn's just going to have to punt. Here's the punt. It's going to be Alabama football. And this one's going to go out of bounds. So we'll see where they mark the football. Looks like about the 35-yard line is where Alabama is going to get the ball. Of course, next Sunday will be the final rankings, and they will announce the 12-team field for the college football playoff. So that's going to be really interesting to see. Of course, Alabama, with a win today, could get themselves back up there into that mix. So here we go. 4:56 to go, and it looks like Auburn jumped offside. And that's Atkins for Auburn with the offside penalty. And they're trying to jump and get to the quarterback. They're just going way too early. 1st and 5 for Alabama. Auburn 4 penalties, 30 yards. Alabama 2 for 25. Jeremy Bernard goes in motion for Alabama. Here's Ty Simpson making the handoff, rolling left. Simpson looking to throw. Got a man. That's Lottie Brooks. And I think they're going to say he caught the ball. Yes, he did. 1st down, Alabama. And they're still talking about it, though. Now incomplete. Wow. Okay, let's watch this again. And I think he's got a foot down. It just depends on the... That's a catch. Yeah, that's a catch. Did he bobble it at the end? Okay. Both feet are down. Yeah. They're reviewing this, so this is going to be a catch. I don't understand. I mean, the first official, that seemed like he was saying it's going to be a catch. Then he discussed it with the other official. They said incomplete, and now they may potentially go back to catch. I mean, this is interesting situation here. They're showing DeBoer right now, and you can just tell he is kind of beside himself right now. But all right, so it is a catch for Lottie Brooks. I mean, most everybody, I think, felt like it was a catch from the beginning. And so, 1st down, Alabama. It's a good catch there by Lottie Brooks. So here we go. From the 45 on Auburn's side of the field, it's going to be Alabama tonight. Ty Simpson 4 of 12, 29 yards. Simpson's going to be all alone in the backfield. He's got 5 wide. Sends a man in motion. It's Jeremy Bernard. Going to hand it off to him. And Bernard's going to try to get outside. He gets to about the 41, it looks like. That'll be it. 2nd down for Alabama. 92 total players between Alabama and Auburn are here from the state of Alabama. So, kind of interesting. So here we go. Ty Simpson. Daniel Hill is the running back. Simpson goes up to the line, give out some signals. 5 wide. Here is the handoff to Daniel Hill, and he'll get a couple yards right there. It's going to be 3rd down for Alabama. And I like how it looks like they put Caden Proctor on the outside to get some help with the blocking. And Daniel Hill does a great job finding the crease. I mean, got about 3 or 4 yards right there, but it's all you need. Nobody has converted a third down here tonight. It's 3rd and 3 for Alabama. Simpson was calling the play from the huddle. Here we go. Simpson's got Jam Miller to his left. It's going to be a quarterback design run. Ty Simpson's got a first down. He's running down the sidelines. Ty Simpson down to about the 12 or 11-yard line. That is a beautiful play call right there. And Auburn, I don't think they were ready for a quarterback run. And Simpson just gets down the sideline. Beautiful play. And they are setting up a great position to score if you're Alabama. Nice job by Ty Simpson. That is a play that Alabama needed. Alabama this season, 38 of 51 in the red zone that's when they score touchdowns. It's a direct snap to Daniel Hill. Hill's going to try to get to the outside and gets down to about the 6-yard line right there. It's going to be 2nd down for Alabama. So we'll see. Looks like that Ty Simpson run really was big to get a little bit of momentum going for this Alabama offense. 2nd and 3. Bama 6 yards away from a touchdown. That's Jeremy Bernard in motion. Simpson under center. Fakes a handoff. Simpson rolling to his left. Looking. He'll just get back to the line of scrimmage as he gets out of bounds. 3rd down for Alabama. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what Alabama decides to draw up here. But 3rd down. You got a minute and a half to go before the end of the first quarter. It's been a long first quarter. A long first quarter. So here we go. 6 yards away from a touchdown. Simpson's got Daniel Hill to his left. Sends a man in motion. Simpson looking, dropping back. Now just have to get rid of the football. In the back of the end zone, it's caught! It's caught! Isaiah Horton, touchdown, Alabama! Wow, what a catch! Simpson is he's just rolling back, and he finally finds Isaiah Horton in the back of the end zone. What a catch! And what a touchdown for Isaiah Horton. 7 plays, 65 yards, 3:42 taken off the clock. And Alabama gets in the end zone. Wow. And Connor Talty will punch that ball through for the extra point. And Alabama's got a 10-0 lead now with 1:14 to go in the first. And you see Ty Simpson, he has a lot of pressure in his face. It just looks like he just throws this thing up. It's just a prayer. And there's Isaiah Horton just right there to grab that football. Wow, what a catch. I mean, there could be an argument for a push-off right there by Isaiah Horton. But that is just a beautiful throw, a beautiful catch, and Alabama. I mean, there's not much more you can do on defense. You just got, as a defensive player, you just got to tip your cap and say, well done. What a play. Just wow. This season, Ty Simpson in the red zone, 16 touchdowns, no interceptions. Here's Talty with the kickoff, and it will be Auburn football. And so here is a return that's going to get up to about the 32-yard line. And a flag on the hit, they're going to say that's on the special teams player. Man. Auburn's going to have great field position. I don't know. Mets with the. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's in bounds. I will say this: he's in bounds when he hits him. That's. I mean, DeBoer has an argument there. So here we go. Daniels all alone in the backfield. Jeremiah Cobb will run up behind him. Here is the first carry I've seen from a running back, and there's Jeremiah Cobb for only like two or 3 yards. Be second down for Auburn. Looks like Auburn's going to go 5 wide. Daniels all alone in the backfield. Here's a throw. That one's caught. And a couple yards right there. That's Eric Singleton Jr. Third down for Auburn. So Auburn, it looks like they're finally starting to move the football a little bit here. They're at the 46-yard line. Here's of Alabama. Here's Daniels again. First down, again, Eric Singleton Jr. And so first down for Auburn. They are starting to move the football a little bit. So here we go. Here's Daniels. Handoff, Jeremiah Cobb. And he will get a few yards, and he'll be taken down right there, as that is the last play of the first quarter in Auburn. 10-0 Alabama after 1 in what has been a sloppy game. We will return after these messages. All right, welcome back, everybody. Second quarter is about to begin here in just a few minutes. Alabama, 10-0. What is my thoughts on that first quarter? I got to say this. You know, Alabama, they struggled. Now, this showed is you got two teams that are good defensively. And so the defenses really came out and showed their stuff in the first half of the first quarter. So Alabama was able to begin to really start moving the football on that last drive. They got the touchdown, which was a beautiful throw by Ty Simpson to Isaiah Horton in the back of the end zone. So, and then Auburn, they're starting to get moving on their side of the field. So, going to be interesting to see what happens here in the second quarter. Overall, though, defensive football, it's a little sloppy. This is the Iron Bowl, though. So here we go. Ashton Daniels all alone in the backfield. Daniels takes the snap. And he got stopped a little bit, and he's only going to get a couple of yards, about, I'd say 4 yards right there on that carry. Could be third down for the Tigers. So let's see what they do here. Okay, 3rd and 4. Daniels looking to throw, throwing, incomplete, looking for Eric Singleton. Great defense there by Alabama. That is Justin Jefferson with the breakup. So 4th and 4. Looks like Auburn's going to leave the offense out there. They don't trust their kicker. I would think this would have to be, if they did end up kicking it, it would have had to been Connor Gibbs, but they don't want to try that. Too long of a field goal. So 4th and 4, Auburn 10 of 20 on 4th down, so it's 50% on the season. So they got 5 wide here. And Auburn will burn a timeout. And so I would think this would either be you're going to end up punting or kicking a field goal here if you're Auburn. I just don't know if you're going to be able to get 4 yards on this 4th down. But we'll see on the other end of this commercial break. All right, we are back to the Iron Bowl. And so Cam Coleman Okay, so Cam Coleman is back out there. So he is good to go. Of course, as I said a little bit ago, he had that really awkward landing as, Ashton Daniels put a pass behind him. And so we'll see. Here we go. 4th and 4. Auburn is going for it. So we'll see if they can convert right here. Here's Daniels looking, throwing, incomplete for Eric Singleton. Alabama's defense gets a stop, and it's going to be Alabama football. Good job right there. That's just a beautiful breakup by number 5. That right there is Dijon Lee Jr. for Alabama with the pass deflection, and Alabama's defense gets off the field. Auburn 23 total yards, Alabama 95. Alabama, we'll see what they can do here. Simpson's going to be under center. 14:31 to go in the second quarter. He's got 3 receivers up to the top of the screen. Looks like Ryan Williams is going to go in motion for Alabama. Here's the fake, the handoff to Jam Miller. He's going to throw it back to Miller. Miller's going to get it to the outside and gets about 7 or 8 yards right there. Nice little run after the catch for Jam Miller. Make a play out of that. Going to be 2nd down for Alabama. We'll see what they're showing Ryan Williams down at the bottom of your screen. Here we go. Simpson. Hand off to Jam Miller. Getting off some tackles. Getting down the sideline. And he'll get out of bounds at about, looks like about the 38-yard line. Great run right there by Jam Miller for Alabama. And this is just a beautiful carry by Jam Miller. Well, I mean, you thought he was going to be taken down. Just a couple missed tackles there by Auburn. And Jam Miller just makes the play out of that. Great job. Miller, if it goes like how it's going early, he may have a big game. He's got 5 carries for 37 yards. That's 7.5 yards per carry here tonight. Here we go. Simpson giving out some signals. Sends a man in motion. Here's Simpson. Hand off to Jam Miller. Miller again getting to the outside. First down and more. Down to about the 20-yard line. Or 30. I think it's, yeah, about the 20, I think. What a carry by Jam Miller, though. 2 straight really strong carries by Jam Miller. 97 rush yards for Alabama. Down to the 19. Okay. So I was about right. They're at the 19-yard line now. Here's Simpson. Hands it off Jam Miller again, and he's going to get himself to about the 15 before being stopped. Stay it down for the Tide as they're really making some moves getting down the field. So 2nd down for the Tide, 7 yards to gain. They're at the 16-yard line. Looks like Jam Miller. Actually, that's Daniel Hill that was to the right of Ty Simpson. So there we go. Looks like 4 receivers wide. Simpson looking to throw. He's going to throw it. He's got a man. Lottie Brooks trying to make a play. Trying to muscle his way, but he's going to get to the 3-yard line as he was trying to get in the end zone. As Alabama has got a 1st and goal looking to score once again. And so Lottie Brooks, nicely done. And now we got a stoppage in play for an Auburn player that is down hurt. And so we'll see who that, I think that's 21. Crawford. Kieran Crawford. Oh, yeah. Crawford, of course, hurt. That's not good. Memphis, Tennessee, 2nd-year transfer from Arkansas State. Here we go. First and goal for Alabama. I got to be honest. I thought this game would be like a 27-21 score, which it may still be, but this is Alabama's doing, the second quarter. I love this drive right here by Alabama. They're just moving the ball. Here we go. Simpson's up at the top of the screen. Daniel Hill looks like he's going to take and Auburn's going to take the timeout, but looks like Daniel Hill's going to take the snap. But timeout for Auburn. I don't think Auburn liked didn't like what their play call was, and so timeout and try to regroup. 11 and a half to go before halftime. And so right now, of course, they are at a stoppage of play, timeout by Auburn. So we'll see what happens here, but I got to say, I think if you are Alabama, one of the bright spots here is that you're running the football at a nice clip. I mean, Jam Miller is really starting to run nicely here for you. And I think it's just Auburn has really struggled on defense the past few weeks. Of course, they started out, I thought they were playing good defense. Now they're just giving up a lot of yards on the ground. Here we go. Ty Simpson up to the line of scrimmage under center. Jam Miller behind him. Sends a man in motion. That's Isaiah Horton. And Simpson fakes the handoff. Now going to throw it back. Isaiah Horton, touchdown, Alabama. And Alabama, they are rolling here early. 16-0 Alabama. That is just a beautiful play call. Simpson under center. He fakes the handoff to Miller and just beautifully done. He just floats it right up there for Isaiah Horton. Touchdown, Alabama. 6 plays, 64 yards, 3 minutes, 3 seconds. And Alabama will go up 17-0. That is like, wow. Alabama 17-0. We'll see what happens the remainder of this game, but I would not have guessed that Alabama be shutting them out like this at the beginning of the second quarter. Wow. We're going to go commercial. Be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Iron Bowl. 17-0, Alabama leading Auburn at this moment. And so tonight they are honoring Bo Jackson down there on the plains. And so great stuff. Here's the kickoff. It's going to be Auburn football. And so here's my thing is here's a kick return as getting to the outside, and that's just going to get out the 20-yard line. That is right there, the kick returner, Rayshawn Pleasant. I mean, here's my problem with Auburn. I feel like they've been way too predictable. I mean, I feel like they need to start trying to run the ball a bit more. They haven't ran the ball but like twice tonight. So I think you got to run the ball if you're Auburn. The whole thing was having Ashton Daniels back there, just sitting back there waiting to throw. I mean, I don't think that's a winning success. Because here we go again. Ashton Daniels looking to throw. It's Jeremiah Cobb out wide. It's going to get about 5 yards. It's a good start, but Auburn, I feel like they're too comfortable with Ashton Daniels sitting back trying to throw it. I feel like you got to try to run the ball some. So here we go. Daniels running back to his left. Here's the handoff to Jeremiah Cobb, and he's going to get about 4 yards right there. It's going to be 3rd down for the Tigers. So we'll see what they do here. Derek Nix, offensive coordinator for Auburn. Kane Womack, defensive coordinator for Alabama. So here we go. Ashton Daniels under center. 3 men behind him. He's going to hand it off to his running back, Jeremiah Cobb, who's going to get stopped. Great job by that Alabama defense. Deontay Lawson with the stop right there. 4th down for Auburn. And now we'll just see. It looks like Auburn's probably just going to end up punting this football away. Auburn, I mean, they go fast. I don't know. They're not getting any push on that offensive line. You know, they can't do anything. As here is another punt for Auburn. So it'll be Alabama ball. Cole Adams, fair catch. But Auburn they can't do anything right now. So we'll see. Jam Miller rushing tonight. 7 carries, 57 yards. Auburn's got 8 carries for 14 yards. Most of those carries have been Ashton Daniels also, though. So that's something to keep in mind. 9:49 to go in the second quarter. 1st and 10 for Alabama. But if this is what Alabama's offense is going to look like, what it's looked like after you got past halfway of the first quarter, I mean, it's going to be scary for Georgia to play against in a rematch. Here we go. Bernard looking to throw. Pitch back to Simpson. Simpson looking to throw. That one is behind his receiver as he was getting hit. And Simpson, that did not look good. He's a little bit shaken up. And so, I don't know. I mean, that is Auburn did a good job defending that play. But we'll see. Simpson's still out there. Here we go. Here is the handoff to Jam Miller. And he's going to get a few yards right there on the 2nd down carry. It's going to be 3rd down for Alabama. So nice little carry right there for Jam Miller. He just goes through the middle of that offensive line. Gets 3 yards. Great carry right there. Going to be interesting to see with all these shots Ty Simpson's taking. How is he going to be near the end of this ball game? Here we go. Lottie Brooks in motion for Alabama. Simpson takes the snap. Looking. Got pressure. He's going down.
That Auburn defense has got him right there. 4th down, and Auburn will get the ball back. And we'll see if they can actually do something on offense this time. A lot of pressure coming from that Auburn defense. They mix it up. And just a great job of Auburn getting the stop. And just, great job get Simpson down. 4th and 16 for Alabama. Blake Dowd back to punt. Malcolm Simmons will be back to receive this punt as it's going to go out of bounds. That's just a bad punt. And Auburn's got their best starting field position of the night. And so we will see what Auburn can do with it. As they are about to go back to commercial break, but they're showing all the great players throughout the history of this series. The Iron Bowl being played in Auburn, Alabama tonight. We will be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. For our halftime show, we are going to pull up our part of our Black Friday college football reaction show from yesterday. That will be our halftime show tonight. So that'll be interesting to see. So here we go. Auburn on offense. Here's Ashton Daniels looking to throw. Going to go deep. He's got a man. That was nearly intercepted. Xavier Brown in coverage. And so Alabama nearly got a pick right there. This is just a great job by Alabama's defense. They're looking for Cam Coleman deep and just maybe a little bit too far ahead of his receiver, but almost intercepted. Xavier Brown almost had him an interception. Here is Jeremiah Cobb with a short carry for about 2 yards. That'll be it. So here we go.
Here is Ashton Daniels, sends a man in motion, which is Jeremiah Cobb. Daniels looking to throw. Got Cam Coleman, and he's going to get a few yards right there. Going to be fourth down for Auburn. Xavier Brown did a good job on this drive. He gets a stop right there on Cam Coleman, but Auburn just can't do nothing on offense. They're going to keep the offense out there on 4th and 4. So here we go. A lot of Auburn thought that Alabama jumped off sides. 4th and 4. Here is Daniels looking, rolling to his right. Now getting some pressure. He's going to get the first down and a lot more as he runs down the sidelines. James Smith forces Daniels out of bounds. But, wow. That is a great play by Ashton Daniels getting outside. And now Auburn in scoring position for the first time tonight. Here we go. Daniels takes the snap, hands it off to Jeremiah Cobb, who's going to get to the outside. And he's got a first down. Great running. And that's Xavier Brown who makes contact with Jeremiah Cobb. First down, Auburn. 6.5 to go. Auburn was going up tempo. Finally starting to run the ball like I was wanting them to do. As here's the fake, the handoff to Jeremiah Cobb. Ashton Daniels trying to run it. And he's going to be brought down after a gain of about, I would say, 5 yards. Good carry right there by Ashton Daniels. Second down, 6 minutes to go before halftime. Like I said, at halftime, we're going to show part of our reaction show from yesterday for our halftime. So you can expect that. And they're going to look at a target. Oh, yeah, that's targeting. That is a targeting, and they the officials they called down. They wanted to take a look at it, and that's clearly a targeting on Cam Calhoun for Alabama. That's just that's just stupid. You can't do that. Some of these plays that these Alabama players are making tonight, it's just stupid. You're up 17-0. Why are you making a play like that? Why are you leading with the crown of your helmet, trying to hit a guy? You can't do that. It's just stupid, and I don't understand. Clearly, that is a clear-cut targeting. Hey, yeah, it's a targeting. Can't do it. Cam Calhoun with the targeting, and so he is disqualified from the game. Clearly upset, but it is what it is. You can't literally lead with your helmet and ram it into Ashton Daniels' head. You can't do that. So here we go. Daniels got 4 receivers wide. He's got Jeremiah Cobb to his left. Daniels looking to throw. Going to lob it up for Cam Coleman. And that one just flies out of bounds. Going to be 2nd and goal for Auburn. Xavier Brown, good coverage here on Cam Coleman. And that ball was just thrown out of bounds. There's just no chance really for Coleman to really make a play on this. 2nd and goal for Auburn. Here's a snap. Daniels going to try to run for it. Daniels stopped. Great job by that Alabama defense, not allowing a touchdown right there. Could be 3rd and goal for Auburn. And that's just a great job right there by number 16 on that defense for Alabama. That right there is Red Morgan, the noseback for Alabama. He's ready for Ashton Daniels, and Daniels just has nowhere to go. So here we go from the 4-yard line. Third and goal. Daniels all alone in the backfield looking to throw it. Daniels going to try to run, and James Smith has got him. 4th and goal for Auburn. So now we'll see what Auburn decides to do here, whether they leave the offense out there or if they're going to go for this. Looks like they're just going to kick a field goal here with 4.5 to go in the half. In a game where it just seems like Alabama's got a lot of the momentum, and Auburn was driving, and now they just got to kick a field goal here. So here is Alex McPherson, 21 yards out, and it's going to be a delay of game. And so flag on the play, it's a delay of game. Maybe better, though, for the field goal opportunity. Just so it's not just kick it right in. I mean, it makes it a little bit of an easier kick per se. So 26 yards. McPherson straight down the middle. And Auburn, welcome to the scoreboard. 17-3, Alabama with the lead, and Alabama's got a chance to. Alabama, they got the ball to begin the game, and so preferably, if you're Alabama, you want to go score here, and then get a stop. Maybe you got a chance here. You got 4 minutes. If you're Alabama, if you manage things right, you could probably have 2 scoring possessions here before halftime. But it all just depends on how you manage things and if you can actually get down the field. And so, they're showing a lot of what Alabama's doing tonight on defense, and Alabama's defense has done really good. Ashton Daniels does not have much of a chance to do much of anything. So here we go, 17-3, Alabama with the lead. And so here is the kickoff, and it will be Alabama ball, 4 minutes and 6 seconds to go. That'll go out through the back of the end zone. So, long way to go in this ball game. We're almost at halftime. And so Ty Simpson going to come back out there for Alabama at quarterback. Going to be interesting to see whether Simpson, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're still in chat, if there would be another year for Simpson, I'm pretty sure he would have another year if he wanted to come back to Alabama. But here we go. Running back to the left of Simpson. He's got a couple of receivers out wide. So here we go. Simpson takes a snap, and now the play is blown dead. And I believe DeBoer has taken his final timeout for Alabama. And so 17-3, Alabama with the lead, 4 minutes, 6 seconds to go. And Alabama's going to talk it out with, 1st and 10. See what Alabama can do. I believe Auburn's going to, like I said, Auburn should get the football to begin the second half. So it's going to be interesting to see. If you're Auburn, you need to stop here. You need to go down and score again and then get the ball to start the second half and really make something happen. That'd be what you want to do. So here we go from the 25-yard line, Alabama, 1st and 10. Simpson giving out some signals. Miller moves to the right side of Simpson. Ty with the snap, hands it off to Jam Miller. And Miller will get about 3 yards right there on the carry, but that's about all. 2nd down for Alabama. here we go. 2nd and 8 for Alabama. Simpson got Miller to his left. Going to hand it off to him. Miller, maybe a yard. And that's about it. So 3rd down for Alabama. Auburn doing a good job of trying to get off the field here. 3rd and 6 for the Tide. So we'll see what Alabama dials up here. So here we go. 3rd and 6. Alabama 2 of 7 on 3rd downs here tonight. Simpson trying to get his play call up to his offensive line and the rest of his receivers. Simpson. He's going to have Miller to his left. Simpson going to drop back and look to throw. Escaping pressure. Now getting rid of the football. And he was hit. That's why the ball was short, but because he was hit. And 4th and 6 for Alabama. Great job by that Auburn defense as they get a stop right here. And he was winding up to throw, and he just gets hit. He had a man deep, and he just got hit. Crawford is back out on the field, though. That's a good sign for Auburn. So here we go. Blake Dowd. Better punt this time for Alabama. And this one's returnable. And Simmons will get a few yards right there after the catch on that punt. And so be 1st down for Auburn. Season recap. Auburn started 3-0 on the season. And then they lost their next 4 games to ranked SEC teams, all by 10 points or less. And then they fired Hugh Freeze after a 10-30 loss versus Kentucky on November 2nd. And so since then, it's been all DJ Durkin as the head coach, as the interim head coach of Auburn. Here we go from the 27-yard line. It's Ashton Daniels and the Auburn Tigers offense. Here is Daniels looking to throw, going to throw it across the middle. And that one's incomplete as he was looking for Eric Singleton. Great job by Keon Sabb to make the play right there. And so 2:37 to go in the second quarter. Alabama will most likely have a chance to have possession once again. So here we go. Here's Daniels looking, rolling to his left. Now he's going to take off and run and get out of bounds. And so it's going to be 3rd down, and I would say 2 or 3 yards have to get. Bray Hubbard knocked him out of bounds. So here we go, 3rd down for Auburn, 3rd and 2. Here we go. Fakes the handoff. Looking to throw. Got a man wide open. That is his tight end. That's Frazier. And he's got a lot of yardage there as he'll get past midfield for Auburn. This is just a beautiful play if you're Auburn. Everybody's thinking you're going to go to one of your receivers that's going to the left side of the field. Leaves Brandon Frazier wide open. I mean, nobody has Frazier. And he just gets down the field for a 1st down for Auburn. And so that is your 2-minute timeout in Auburn as they are driving, trying to get some more points here before halftime. 17-3, Alabama leads as we are at the 2-minute timeout. We'll see you on the other side. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Iron Bowl. 17-3 Alabama, as Auburn is driving, trying to go down and get some more points here before halftime and give themselves a better chance of coming back in the ball game. So far, Auburn's offense is just not good. You know, the hope is whoever ends up taking the head coaching job at Auburn can really turn this program around, because it's kind of sad. So here we go. 2 minutes to go. Ashton Daniels has Jeremiah Cobb to his left. Here's the snap. Daniels fakes the handoff. Daniels going to throw across the middle. Man is wide open. Singleton dropped it. Oh, my gosh. You can't do that if you're Auburn. Singleton wide open, and he just drops the ball. He just drops the ball. Wow. Just wow. You tell Daniels is just like, come on, man. Here we go. Daniels is going to take off and run, and he has got a nice little gain, third down for Auburn. So here we go, third down for Auburn, and I mean Daniels, he just doesn't see anyone coming, like nobody coming open on as far as his receivers, so he just tucks it and runs it, gets about 7 yards right there. 3rd and 3 for Auburn. Here we go. Here's the snap. Daniels going to take off and run again. First down, and they are in field goal range. So they got a chance to get some points up before halftime. Red Morgan is down for Alabama. And so we'll see if he's okay for Alabama. But Ashton Daniels, nice little spin to get the first down on this run. And so it's a great job right there. 1:19 to go in the second quarter. Of course, like I said, coming up at halftime, it will be the college football reaction show from yesterday, reacting live to the games that were going on at that moment. So 6 of 17 for throwing the ball for 40 yards for Ashton Daniels. He's got 53 rush yards here tonight. So here we go. From the 33-yard line, Ashton Daniels, Jeremiah Cobb goes to his left. Daniels looking to throw it. Going to throw it. That one is just short of Singleton. It'll be 2nd and 10 for Auburn. So we're just talking about Red Morgan, who was swapping in and out with Deshaun Jones, who has a broken hand. Deshaun Jones still going, but going to be interesting. Here we go. Daniels looking. Got some time now rolling. That's going to be caught down the sideline. There's a flag. He would go in for the touchdown, but let's see what the flag is going to be, because that's Malcolm Simmons for Auburn. But let's wait and see. Legal formation on Auburn. That's going to take the touchdown away. Legal formation on Auburn. And so 54 seconds left. And just when you think Auburn has a little bit of a chance, they have 5 men in the backfield. 2nd and 15 for Auburn at the 38-yard line. 54 seconds to go before halftime. Here's Daniels rolling to his left, looking, now running, and getting a couple of yards right there on the scramble. So, I agree. If they started running the ball, they probably would make this a little bit better of a game. Here we go, 3rd and 10. Daniels running and not close. Down at about the 25-yard line. So now we'll see what Auburn decides to do. I mean, they're leaving that timeout up there. Durkin will probably just wait and use it for his field goal opportunity. 2 seconds to go. That's his final timeout. And so, going to be, I believe, Alex McPherson out to attempt the opportunity. So here we go. 4th and 2 for Auburn. McPherson, he made a 26-yarder earlier. This could be from 43 yards away. So here we go. McPherson, field goal's up, and field goal is straight on through. And 17-6 is your score at halftime. Alabama leads it in what has been a pretty nice first half for Alabama. And Auburn couldn't get in the end zone, but they got 2 field goals that were big. Folks, it is halftime, so let's go to commercial break, and then we'll have our reaction show from yesterday. We'll be right back.
live right here and right now. Okay, I don't have any of my audio coming from my other computer here. But what we're doing here today is we're just basically reacting to the games that are live right now. So I believe all three games that you see up in our top left, you're in the top left corner of your screen. You got Iowa, Nebraska, you got Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and you got Utah and Kansas. That's what we're watching as Mark Gronowski for Iowa takes it in. It's going to make it 32-16 Iowa. I got to say this. For an Iowa-Nebraska game, this is really high scoring comparatively. I mean, Iowa has 32 points, folks. It's kind of crazy to think about. Let's see. I want to make sure that we are live. Yes, we're live on Facebook. We're live on Rumble. And we are live on YouTube. So, of course, if you want to watch us, then that is how you can. As that extra point is good for Iowa. 33-16 for the Hawkeyes. So, it is really interesting to see how that game is going. I'm trying to, real quick, with my live stream right now, I'm going to see if it is... Yes, I'm able to share it on the Saber Broadcast Network page on Facebook. So, yes, there we go. So, Saber Broadcast Network has that shared. Nicely done. All right. All right. So, 33-16, Iowa with the lead right now. Ole Miss, there's a pass. And that one is short of the first down. It's going to be second down about 2 or 3 yards for them. Just starting the fourth quarter with Utah and Kansas. Kansas with a 14-10 lead, looking to make a bowl game and knock Utah out of both playoff contention and knock them out of contention for the Big 12 championship game. Trinidad Chambliss is the quarterback for Ole Miss right now as he hands it off to his running back, who's going to get into field goal range as they got a minute left until the end of the third quarter. They're up 24-13 in Starkville. As right there, Utah and Kansas getting back to that game, as that's an incomplete pass from Dampier. It's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Utes. So we're just basically, like I said, the whole goal of this whole stream here today, we're just going to be basically watching football, reacting to it, and, basically be here with you folks. Great run right there for Ole Miss. As the game in Starkville, the Egg Bowl, Kewan Lacey is the running back for the Rebels. Looks like they're going to try to get a playoff before the end of the third quarter. Probably another run to Lacey, if I had to guess. And no play is going to come. That's going to end the third quarter in Starkville. Dampier out to the edge of the field, and it looks like his receiver is going to go down to about the 26, 27-yard line. And that's going to set Utah up in scoring position. Of course, like I did want to mention, happy late Thanksgiving. It is Black Friday. It is one of the best. This is probably the best week of college football action. There's a touchdown for Utah. They're going to go up 16-14. Wow, Larry Simmons with a 28-yard touchdown for the Utes as they take the lead back from Kansas. Like I was saying, it is Black Friday. I did some Black Friday shopping earlier today in stores. It's not as great as it used to be. That's all I'll say.
Kind of sad, honestly. CBS is promoting. They have a Paw Patrol Christmas special. I really don't know. I mean, I really don't know, folks. Kind of interesting, that's for sure. All right, here's the snap. Hands it off to the running back. This is the Nebraska game. Emmett Johnson, and he's going to lose yards on that play. Great defense by Iowa. Considering how Iowa's defense played in the first half, this is really a great way to get a stop. It's a great stop. Nebraska's offensive line has no answer right there. It's a great job right there. That's Lutmer getting the stop on Emmett Johnson. 2nd and 14. Here's another carry for Johnson, who's going to break a couple tackles, and he gets a pretty nice gain. I would say about 6 or 7 yards. It's going to be 3rd down for the Cornhuskers. Of course, they're showing Matt Rule's record at Nebraska, and he's definitely been really good for Nebraska. Iowa's just dominated them in this rivalry, though. Here we go, Latif looking to throw, and that, wow. I think Emmett Johnson right there has a legitimate argument to be had that right there could legitimately be pass interference. Like, where is the pass interference? No. Okay, never mind. Sorry, folks. I was wrong on that. That's my fault. There is no pass interference there. And there's a punt. And fair catch will be called for by the Hawkeyes. They'll start at about the 36, 37-yard line. So, looks like Gronowski and the Hawkeyes offense will be coming back out. Okay. Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Looks like Trinidad Chambliss is going to be back out there. Got a running back to his right there at the 29-yard line. Takes a snap, looking, going to throw it out wide, and he's got a man wide open for the first down, and he'll be tackled as he gets the football. Ole Miss, with a win, they're pretty much the lock for the college football playoff. With a loss, they only have a 42% chance of making it. And then, of course, Mississippi State, they are looking to be bowl eligible for the first time under Jeff Levy. Here's another run, and that's not going anywhere for the Rebels. Could be 2nd down and probably about 10. So, all 3 games are actually back live at this moment. Of course, Curtis, I think, looks like, Utah's kicking the ball away back to Kansas. And then Chambliss for Ole Miss misfires on his throw out to his receiver. And there's a 2nd down now for Iowa on a carry. So as you can tell, we have a 3 TV setup here in our studio where I can see where I'm watching 3 different games right here, right now, to be able to give you the accurate information about what's going on at this moment. So it is kind of nice to be able to give that to you, the viewers. It's like Chambliss throwing towards the end zone. That is a touchdown for Ole Miss. That is Deshaun Stribling
23 yards, and Ole Miss, depending on what Mississippi State does the rest of this game, that could be the dagger. Wow. What a throw. What a catch. I mean, the foot's down. That's a touchdown. That is beautiful. Extra point to come. It is up, and it is good. 31-13, Ole Miss with the lead. And Lane Kiffin pumping his fist in the air. He knows that his team has won. What a game. Ole Miss, their only loss on the season was on the road to Georgia, which they legitimately should have won that game. Here's a carry for the running back for Kansas. He's got a great pickup right there. He's down to about the 24-yard line. That is Williams for Kansas who has the carry. And that is a great pickup right there. Kansas in scoring position. And again, this is the problem here for Utah. They're letting Kansas hang around way too long. LaShawn Williams was the man who had to carry 12 carries today for him. 93 yards on the ground. From the 23-yard line, here's the carry for Williams. He'll get to about the 20-yard line. Also, Iowa and Nebraska, they just ended the third quarter. They're going to the fourth. So it's going to be interesting to see how that game finishes. I may text and see if I can get Colton to come on. Okay, here we go. So let's see here. Kansas got a 1st and goal right now. I think I may get you a graphic where you can see the scores. Or I could. You know what? Let's just do the score. Let's do right here. Actually, you know what? I could pull up. Yeah, let's just do it here. All right. We're going to put the scores up on the screen for you. Let's see. Utah leads Kansas 17-14. There's that one. Let's see here. And then one more. All right. So there's your Utah. And it looks like Kansas turns the ball over, and Utah's going to return this all the way back to the house. Wow. Just wow. (23-14). Just wow.
That's crazy. It's just Jalen Daniels. He throws the football, and it is intercepted. And there is Utah capitalizing as that extra point is good. (24-14), Utah with the lead. So I got a scoreboard down there for you right here and right now. Let's see. Let's turn our attention to Iowa and Nebraska. 33-16 as they start the fourth quarter. 14 and a half to go, 3rd and 4 for the Hawkeyes. We'll see what they can do here. Of course, it's Gronowski. He's got his running back to his left. He's got some receivers out wide. It's like 3 of them. Or 4. He's got 4 receivers wide. Gronowski's looking to throw it. He's going to throw towards the corner. That one. Did he catch the ball? Wow, he's down to the 1-yard line. Vanderzee for Iowa. What a throw. Wow. And did he complete the – I think he completed the catch. That is one hand, and that is crazy. There's a run, punching it in. Iowa has 39. Wow, Kamari Moulton. Oh, I have been doing the game without any microphone. Oops. Malcolm Simmons, 64 yards for a touchdown for Auburn. I did not realize I was doing a game without any audio. I'm sorry about that, folks. So Malcolm Simmons gets the touchdown for Auburn, 64 yards, and here is McPherson to add another point on. And it is up and good for Auburn. So Auburn's back in this ball game, folks. 17-13. And Daniels making a play. And that's what Auburn needed. That's just kind of a missed assignment by Alabama. In a beautiful way for Auburn to get themselves back into the ball game here. 17-13. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what Alabama decides to do on their upcoming drive. That's the longest pass play versus an FBS opponent this season for Auburn. So here we go. Daniels tonight, 8 of 21, 117 yards, 1 touchdown. He's got 66 yards rushing himself. So here we go. Here is the kick. And that goes way through the back of the end zone. And so here we go. It is going to be Alabama on offense. I mean, Auburn's been bringing a lot of pressure on Simpson here tonight. I don't expect it to be any different on this drive. So we're going to see what we get here. Alabama first quarter 95 yards, second quarter they only had 62. Here we go. Here's Simpson dropping back, looking to throw. Got a man. That's going to be Lottie Brooks. And he's not going to get much else after he caught the ball. So here we go. Second down for Alabama. 2nd and 9. Here's Simpson handing it off to Daniel Hill. And Daniel Hill gets a couple of yards right there, but nothing more. It's going to be 3rd down. And about 5 yards to go. Daniel Hill just a little bit slow to get up. It's 3rd down for Alabama. We'll see what they can do here. Auburn fans definitely getting back into the action a little bit. 17-13. It was 17-0 Alabama. It's been 13 unanswered for Auburn. 3rd and 6 for Alabama. What can they do? Simpson takes the snap. Getting a little bit of pressure. Thrown across the middle. Caught! Isaiah Horton. 1st down, Alabama. And some flags on the field, so let's see what this is going to be. Roughing the passer going against Auburn. Let's see this. Oh, yeah. Woo! He lit Simpson up. Golly. So here we go. 1st and 10 for Alabama. They're on Auburn's 40. Simpson giving out some signals. And it looks like they're going to review this to see if that is a targeting going against Auburn. They called roughing the passer, but now they're going to review for the targeting, which is interesting. Jarquez Robinson. I mean, so let's see. There's the we'll see what they call here. They're going to call targeting. Wow. So they call targeting on Jarquez Robinson of Auburn. So that's going to help Alabama out. Both teams now have an ejection for targeting on each side. And then Sylvester Smith is back in. He missed the first half of today's game for targeting. Time moving. Alabama at the 40-yard line. Jam Miller moves over to the right-hand side of Simpson. It's going to be a handoff to Jam Miller, who's going to find a lane and gets about 4 yards right there. I thought he would potentially get a lot more than what he did, but nice run right there for Jam Miller. 2nd down for Alabama. Alabama deciding to go a little bit quick. They actually got 3 yards, so 2nd and 7. Another handoff for Jam Miller, who's going to find a little bit of yardage and gets about 5 yards. So it's going to be about 2 yards short of the line to get of about 2 yards short of the first down. So here we go, 3rd and 3 for Alabama. Under 11 to go in the third quarter. Simpson's going to be all alone in the backfield. Going up to the line of scrimmage, give some signals out. Jam Miller. Here we go. Simpson takes the snap. Dropping back, looking, got some time. Throw across the middle. That one's tipped up in the air and nearly intercepted. It'll be 4th and 3 for Alabama. And so now we'll see what they decide to do. If DeBoer is going to leave the offense out there, or if they're going to take the long field goal. It doesn't seem like he sees Sylvester Smith. They're going to stay out on offense tonight. They're 1 of 1 on 4th down. Auburn going to send some pressure, and it looks like they got Crawford. We'll see what they call, though. I think Crawford jumped offside for Auburn. Yup. They got Crawford offside. 1st down, Alabama. And that was a great way to use the hard count if you are Alabama. Yep. Good job by Alabama. That's 8 penalties tonight for 60 yards for Auburn. 5 penalties from Alabama, 60 yards themselves. So here we go from about the 27 of Auburn. It is Alabama 1st and 10. Simpson fakes the handoff to Bernard. Simpson looking back towards his receiver, and that's dropped. And that is Pritchett, the tight end, who dropped the ball. And I mean, you just can't drop that ball. You can feel that Alabama's missing Josh Cuevas here tonight. 4 receivers wide, running back to the left of Simpson. Simpson looking to throw. He's going to throw it back to his tight end Edwards, who's probably going to get 2 yards. 2 yards right there, and that's about it. 3rd down for Alabama. And here comes, and Ryan Williams was about to come into the game, and he is coming in. Okay. Ryan Williams will come into the ball game. So I don't think he's got a catch on the night. 3rd and 7 for Alabama from the 25. Here we go. Simpson's going to be all alone in the backfield. Takes the snap, dropping back, looking, getting away from the pressure, still searching. He's going to try to run with it. He's going to get a first down. He got the first down. What a way to get it. Great job by Ty Simpson. He makes a play. I thought he would be down a lot sooner than what he did. But, man, what a way to get a first down there for Ty Simpson. 9 minutes to go. Tonight, he's 11 to 23, 79 yards, 2 touchdowns. He's got 26 rushing yards himself. Takes the snap. Hands it to Jam Miller. Miller finds some space, and he's going to get a nice gain right there. Looks like he gets about 6 yards. It's going to be second down for the Alabama Crimson Tide. They're driving deep into Auburn territory. 2nd and 3 for Alabama. Alabama tonight, 123 rushing yards. Auburn, 86. So here we go. Simpson's going to go under center. He's got Miller behind him. He's got 2 tight ends and 2 receivers in the ball game as well. Sends one of the tight ends in motion. Fakes the handoff to Jam Miller. Now throwing it back to that tight end, and that's going to be out of bounds for Lindsey, I believe it is. And so it's going to be 3rd down for Alabama. There's a couple of plays that Alabama's run. I don't think they've really ran much this year. Of course, they're trying to build some continuity with some of these other tight ends tonight without Cuevas in the game. So 3rd and 4, Ty Simpson all alone in the backfield. You got 5 receivers out wide. Simpson's going to look, got pressure, throwing it, floating it, and that is batted away looking for Jeremy Bernard. That's Sylvester Smith with a deflection, and now that's going to force Alabama to make a decision whether to go for it or just to kick a field goal. And, I mean, Ty, when he throws the ball, I mean, Jeremy looks open, but then Sylvester Smith is right there to make a play. Great job there by Auburn. And so it's going to be Connor Talty in to kick a field goal. He made a 45-yarder, and this one's going to be from 29. So here we go. Snap is good. Kick is good. And Talty knocks it straight through for Alabama. 20-13 is your score. Alabama. Oh, I forgot to update what quarter we were in. There we go. About to update it to the 3rd quarter. Either way, Alabama 20, Auburn 13. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is the Iron Bowl right here on Saber Broadcast Network. Here in the third quarter, Alabama leads the game 20-13. Auburn, though, they're going to be coming back on offense, and they're looking to strike once again. So here is the kickoff by Connor Talty. And that one will be called for a fair catch in the end zone, meaning that it'll come out to about the 25-yard line. So, championship week on ABC. They're going to have the American Championship game, the Big 12, SEC, and the ACC. So, here we go. Here is Daniels, going to be a quarterback keeper, and Alabama only allows him to get 2 yards on that carry. Be second down and 8 yards for Auburn. So far the second half, Alabama went down and scored a field goal, and I mean it wasn't the greatest looking drive. Auburn, though, that touchdown drive they had at the beginning of the second half was pretty good. Here's Daniels looking to throw, going to throw it deep and incomplete. Again, I mean, Auburn's probably like, where's the pass interference? I mean, you could have an argument, but then again, that's just a bad throw there by Ashton Daniels. I mean, I think that's just good coverage by Xavier Brown. I think Xavier Brown's doing a good job of covering up Cam Coleman tonight. Both teams 4 of 12 on third downs here this evening. So, Daniels is going to be all alone in the backfield. Here's Daniels looking to throw, dancing around still, looking, throwing, incomplete! And Cobb dropped the ball. 4th and 8 for Auburn. And that right there, that just sums up the entire evening for Auburn. You have guys open, and they just drop the ball. And that's Jeremiah Cobb dropping it. Here's another punt for Auburn. Going to be Alabama football. And Cole Adams calls fair catch. And they'll start at about the 34-yard line. So it'll be Alabama football when we return. Welcome back, everybody, to the Iron Bowl here tonight on Saber Broadcast Network. Cooper Naylor with you. And Alabama is going to have the football once again up 20-13. They get the stop on that Auburn. Auburn's offense couldn't do much, and Ashton Daniels looks like he's getting some treatment on his ankle. So tonight, Ashton Daniels 8-23 throwing the football. It's been rough, but he's had a lot of his teammates dropping footballs. So here we go. 1st and 10 for Alabama. Alabama can go to the SEC championship game with a win here tonight. So here we go. Ty Simpson's got his running back Jam Miller to his left. He's got 3 receivers to his right. Here we go. Simpson looking, throwing, short pass to his tight end. And nice little catch right there. Didn't have to be much. That's Edwards, his tight end. Good way to start the drive if you're Alabama. 6.5 to go in the third quarter. Got 4 receivers. Got Jam Miller in the backfield with him at running back. 3 of those receivers move over to the right-hand side of Simpson. Here is Simpson handing it off to Jam Miller, and he'll get a few yards right there on the carry. It's going to be 3rd down for Alabama. Alabama content to let some of this clock tick away. 3rd and 2 for Alabama. Jam Miller tonight, 14 carries, 81 yards, 5.8 yards per carry for Jam. So here we go. Simpson looking, throwing it back to Jam Miller, and he wasn't ready for it. Incomplete, and DeBoer is upset. I mean, rightfully so. Another drop pass by on either side. I mean, it's been a lot. And Jam's just not ready. I mean, he just doesn't look back for the ball. And DeBoer, of course, not happy with that, as Blake Dowd will punt it away for Alabama. And fair catch called for Auburn, Malcolm Simmons. So Auburn will start from about the 21-yard line. As this game has gotten closer, we'll be back in a moment. All right, welcome back, everybody. Wanted to give you an update on what's going on around the country while we have a moment. Virginia, they win today 27-7 over Virginia Tech. I believe what that has just done is that has punched their ticket to the ACC championship game. I mean, I can try to confirm this, folks, but Virginia has just won. $27-7. They beat Virginia Tech. Yes, they are going to the Big Ten. The ACC championship game. So if SMU continues to be losing against Cal, if SMU ends up losing to Cal, Duke will play Virginia for the ACC championship. So here we go. Here's Ashton Daniels running for Auburn. He's going to get a couple of yards, and that'll be it. And so Auburn and Jeremiah Cobb is hurt. He's going to limp off to the sidelines for Auburn. 5 minutes to go before the end of the third quarter. Daniels will be all alone in the backfield. 2nd and 7 for Auburn. Daniels looking, getting some pressure, rolling, and he will get a couple of yards again. It'll be 3rd down for Auburn. So, 3rd down for Auburn. I mean, they got to get something going. I don't think Alabama's defensive line has really been giving troubles, getting a lot of pressure on Ashton Daniels. Alabama's secondary's got to do a lot better job of covering. But then again, Auburn's offense has got to do a better job. There's a catch for Cam Coleman, and we'll see what they call here. They're going to give Cam Coleman the 1st down. That is great effort there by Cam Coleman. 1st down against Zabian Brown. Here we go. Daniels going to hand it off to Joyner. And he's just fighting. And he gets like 8 yards. It's a great carry right there. 2nd down for Auburn. So here we go, 2nd and 3. Alabama, 126 rush yards. Auburn, 101. Here we go. Daniels fakes the handoff. Throw it across the middle. That'll be caught and fumbled. He lost the ball. He lost the ball. It is a turnover. Preston Howard had the ball, fumbled it, and I believe that's Bray Hubbard who picked it up. But now are they saying that it's incomplete? Nah, I don't know. Justin Jefferson had the coverage. Bray Hubbard had the recovery. I think that's a fumble. They're just going to call it a drop? Okay, they're going to look at it. I do think this is a turnover for Auburn. I think he possessed it long enough. Okay. It's just an incomplete pass for Auburn. I mean, I do think that's a fumble, but I guess the refs disagree with that. So, here we go. 3rd and 3 for Auburn. So let's see what Auburn can do here. They've got running back with Daniels. Got 4 receivers. Here we go. Daniels looking. Now throwing. Got Joyner. He's going to be stopped. And I think he was short. Or are they going to give him the first down? They did. They gave him the first down. So first down for Auburn. Here's the fake. Now throw across the middle. That's caught. And now Singleton, after he was down, he lost the ball. But, I mean, he was already down. First down for Auburn. And Alabama's defense, especially the secondary, they're getting, a little sloppy here. Oh. Ball did move, but there's a handoff, and that only goes back to the line of scrimmage there for Eric Singleton. Second down for Auburn. So here we go, 2nd and 10 for Auburn. So here we go from the 43. Ashton Daniels got a running back to his left. He's got 3 receivers, and now it's a run for Joyner, who is going to – he lost the ball out of bounds, but it's going to stay Auburn football. Just a great job by Xavier Brown to force it out. Here we go. 3rd down. 6 yards to gain for Auburn. Daniels all alone in the backfield, looking to throw. Now throwing. Caught! And that's Cam Coleman. And Auburn's threatening. 1:10 to go in the 3rd quarter. Alabama, I mean, they're reeling on defense. Daniels all alone in the backfield, takes the snap. He's looking, throwing. That's tipped up in the air, intercepted. Bray Hubbard, he's got the ball. He's looking to take it back. And Bray Hubbard. What a break for Alabama. It is Bray Hubbard. He got the ball. Tipped in the air. And Bray Hubbard says, "Thank you very much. I will take that." And Alabama catches a break. Wow. Wow. The first turnover of the game, and it was imminent that it was going to be coming. It was coming at some point tonight. I mean, this whole drive, Auburn has been sloppy with the football, and it cost them. So here we go. Ty Simpson with 51 seconds to go. Alabama hasn't had it, but like maybe once or twice here in this 3rd quarter. They haven't had it much. Here we go. Simpson dropping back, got pressure. He's going down. Atkins with the stop there, and Alabama is going backwards. And this is where, if you're Alabama, you have got – I mean, they got to do a better job of blocking. I mean, it's like both of them did not understand who was supposed to be getting Atkins, and that's Brailsford, and I can't remember who the other guy is, but, I mean, they just let him go right to the quarterback. Simpson sends his tight end in motion. A quick pass out to Jeremy Bernard. And Bernard making some plays. And I think he got back all the yardage that they lost on that sack. So, that is the end of the 3rd quarter. It looks like it's going to be a crazy 4th quarter. Always is at Jordan-Hare Stadium in the fourth quarter. And so 20-13, Alabama leads. It is the Iron Bowl here on Saber Broadcast Network. We will return in just a minute. Welcome back, everybody. Fourth quarter on the way from the plains of Auburn, where Alabama leads it 20-17. 20-13, I mean, sorry about that. But what a game. I mean, Alabama had control of this game in the first half. And in this third quarter, I mean, I think this was all Auburn getting back into the game. Of course, they had that terrible tipped pass that ended up being an interception and right in the hands of Bray Hubbard. So not good in that scenario. But if you're Alabama, this is – you got the football. You got a third and long. Let's see what Alabama can do. 3rd and 11 here. They got to get 11 yards. They are at their own 48. Simpson giving out some signals to his offensive line. Daniel Hill steps back. Here we go, Simpson, and they're just going to have to burn a timeout. And just, I mean, the crowd noise has been really bad on Ty Simpson here tonight. And that's just a great job by Auburn. And of course, they're talking about the good hands play. That's Bray Hubbard's interception. I mean, the only turnover of the ball game has been that interception we saw just a couple minutes ago. So here we go. This is a big moment here in this football game. 3rd and 11. Alabama's got to get this to try and push this lead further. Ty Simpson on third down tonight, 3 of 10, 25 yards, 1 touchdown, only 1 first down. So here we go. Simpson's going to be alone in the backfield. Steps back, looking, throwing. Got it to Daniel Hill. Daniel Hill's going to cut it to the middle, and he gets half the yards needed, and that'll be it. And we'll see what Alabama decides to do here, whether they leave the offense out or if they punt it, and it may just be a punt. 4th down for Alabama, and it's just been one of those games for Simpson where it's been a rough night, and so Alabama's going to punt it on 4th and 5. Blake Dowd will punt it back to Malcolm Simmons. Here's the punt, and that will be a fair catch called for by Malcolm Simmons. So, of course, they're looking at the top 12. Ohio State won today. Indiana won. Texas A&M lost. You have Georgia who won. Texas Tech won. Oregon won. Ole Miss won. Oklahoma won. Notre Dame coming up here in just a few minutes. Alabama, of course, leads 20-13. BYU won and Miami won. So Texas A&M, only team in the top 12 thus far to have lost. But Auburn trying to make Alabama join the club. So here we go. Here's Jeremiah Cobb back out there, and he'll get a couple of yards. Nice gain on that carry. 2nd down for Auburn. Alabama's defense has really been carrying them tonight. That is for sure. Here's Daniels. Looking, throwing, incomplete. Looking for Malcolm Simmons. And now flag. And so we'll see. Dijon Lee will probably get called for some kind of pass interference, probably. We'll see what they call, though. And Dijon Lee with the penalty. Yeah, that's pass interference. It's a good call. So here we go. Auburn from the 29-yard line. Here's the fake to Jeremiah Cobb. It is nearly intercepted. Mincy nearly had the interception right there. He needed that desperately. And Mincy nearly had it. Wow. So here we go. 2nd and 10. Daniels tonight, 12 of 30, 151, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. And Daniels going to try to run, and he just gets back to the line of scrimmage right there. So it's going to be 3rd and 10. So we'll see if Alabama can get off, if their defense can get off the field, give the ball back to Ty Simpson in that offense. 13.5 to go in the ball game. 20-13. Alabama with the lead. 3rd and 9. Clock continues to roll. Bama 2 timeouts. Auburn with 3. Daniels is going to be all alone in the backfield. Bama brings pressure, and Malcolm Simmons has got the first down and a little bit more. Breaking some tackles. Malcolm Simmons is going to go down the sidelines, and he's going to set Auburn up in scoring position. 1st and goal for Auburn. And that's just a beautiful play. And Alabama's defense, I think this is just a bad communication by the defense, bad tackling, and Malcolm Simmons is just going to go down the sidelines. Wow. 66 yards. So here we go. Daniels takes the snap. It's going to be a quarterback design run. And he's going to get down to about the 2-yard line. Auburn is threatening to score. And all DeBoer can do is just stand there on the sideline. just shake his head. 2nd and goal for Auburn. Clock continues to roll. Under 12 to go. Auburn is threatening to score. Here's a snap. Hand off to Jeremiah Cobb, who's in to the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn. (20-19), and Auburn is a point away from tying the game. 6 plays, 88 yards, 2.5 taken off the clock. And that's just a beautiful drive by Auburn. Extra point is up, and it is good. Auburn has tied the game. We are tied at 20 apiece. And it's Malcolm Simmons who is making the play. Wow. 20 all in Auburn. We will return in a minute. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are tied at 20 apiece. And I guess here's the close game that I figured it would be. Second half, Alabama has been a different team. I mean, it's like they decided they were going to pack up and their offense wasn't going to play in the second half. Auburn, they decided after the way it was in the first half, they decided to actually come out and play football. So 20 all in the Iron Bowl with 11:43 to go. Strange things happen in this stadium. And it's just showing you. And that one's going to go through the back of the end zone. And, of course, they're showing the cam back and how Auburn was down in Tuscaloosa and found a way to come back and beat Alabama. So, here we go. 20 all, 11:43 to go. What does Alabama do? Looks like it's going to be Ty Simpson all alone in the backfield. Jam Miller moves inside. He's going to go to the left of Ty Simpson. Jeremy Bernard goes in motion. He's going to go to the other side. Simpson takes the snap, hands it off to Jam Miller. Miller's going to get a couple of yards right there on the first down, and that'll be it. Second down for Alabama. 11.5 to go. 2nd and 8 for Alabama. Clock stopped. And Jam Miller's hurt. And this is not a good one either because Jam Miller has had a nice game tonight. 15 carries, 83 yards. And it has to do some, oh, he got rolled up on. And so Jam is going, he most likely won't be coming back in this ball game. Well, we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. 2020 in the Iron Bowl. Gotta say, this is a crazy game. It's always close when it's at Auburn. Always is. So here we go. So here we go. Simpson got Daniel Hill to his left. 2nd and 8 for Alabama here. Simpson looking to throw. That one's going to be out wide to Isaiah Horton. And he's going to get a couple yards right there on the catch. It'll be 3rd down for Alabama. So 4 yards to gain for Alabama on this 3rd down. They got to have it. Third and 4. So here we go. Simpson's got his running back, Daniel Hill, to his right. Got 4 receivers wide. Tonight, they're 4 of 14 on 3rd down. Simpson still giving out signals. Here we go. Bernard in motion. Simpson takes the snap, looking, throwing across the middle, incomplete, looking for Lottie Brooks. And that's going to be, I think that's going to be a pass interference, on Sylvester Smith. So, yep, pass interference against Sylvester Smith. So let's see. Was this all clean? That's like a tic-tac play. You can't really tell. It's a little grab. Yeah, it's a little grab. Hinders some of the ability. So here we go. 4 receivers going to the top, to the right of Simpson. Simpson handed off to Daniel Hill, who trips and only gets about 4 yards on the carry. 2nd down for Alabama. Of course, Auburn fans would really like to have that penalty back. So 2nd and 6 for Alabama. Simpson 16 of 30, 101 and 2 touchdowns. It's just been a lot of that's contributed to the pressure that Auburn's been bringing all night long. Here we go. Here's Simpson dropping back, looking, floating one. It's a screen pass, and that is close to the 1st down. And that right there, that's a good catch there. 3rd and short for Alabama. I believe they said that's Hughes who had the catch. 3rd and 1, Alabama. They need this. And this is not a good look. Jam Miller on crutches, headed out. Fakes the handoff here. Simpson looking. Pressure coming. Flips it up. And incomplete. And 4th and 1 for Alabama. And this is just a weird play overall. And Simpson's just been rattled all game. And here we go. They're going to go for it. Jam Miller headed to the locker room. Not a good sign if you're a Bama fan. Here we go. Bama 1 of 1 tonight on 4th down. Simpson fakes the handoff. Rolling. Now trying to find the 1st down. He's going to get it. Simpson got it. What a play. Wow. Simpson. I thought he was going to roll and pitch it to Hill. He didn't, and he finds a way to get the 1st down. That is incredible. So here we go.
Simpson takes the snap, hands it off to Daniel Hill. And Hill's going to break some tackles, and he's going to keep pushing his way about close to the first down. He may have gotten it, but no, he's short. He's got it second down. Nice run there by Daniel Hill. It's a big man's run. Good job by Daniel Hill to just keep fighting. 2nd and 1. Simpson, he's got Hill to his right. A couple of receivers up top. And Hill will get the carry, breaking some tackles down to about the 30-yard line. And a first down for Alabama as they are in scoring position now. Update around the country. USC takes down UCLA 29-10. That's an update around the country. Here's Simpson handing it off to Daniel Hill, who again will get a couple yards. So that's what Alabama, the fans have been wanting here for a little bit. Run the ball. And so Alabama doing a good job of running the ball. Six and a half to go in this ball game. Kalen DeBoer, Alabama is 15-0 with 100-plus rushing yards with Alabama. So here we go. Simpson takes the snap, hands it off to Daniel Hill. Hill will get another yard, and that'll be it. 3rd down for Alabama. And so DeBoer looking on. 3rd and 6 for the Tide. This is one of the biggest plays of the ball game coming up. And so Alabama 2 of 8 in the first half on 3rd downs. They're 2 of 7 here in the second half. Here's Simpson dropping back, looking, floating one up towards the end zone. That one was nearly caught by Horton and incomplete. And Simpson kind of hobbling around. 4th and 6 for Alabama. And so now with 5.5 to go, there's a flag. And I bet that's going to be either like a late hit on Simpson potentially or going to be a pass interference going against Auburn. Roughing the passer on Auburn. And Durkin does not like it. Yeah. Oh, and he rolled up on the ankle. Four defensive penalties on 3rd or 4th down for Auburn. And now at the 14-yard line, here is the Tide. Simpson takes a snap and fakes a handoff. Simpson running towards the end zone. Simpson towards the goal line. Oh, my goodness, what a hit he just took from Sylvester Smith. That should be a targeting right there. That is the clearest targeting you will ever see. My goodness, he took a hit. So a holding on Alabama, but nothing on the hit. Wow. They call the holding on Horton, but not this big old hit Sylvester Smith puts on Ty Simpson. Wow. That is crazy. Simpson, little pitch to Daniel Hill, who's going to be taken backwards. Second down and 11 to go. How is that not a targeting right there? It amazes me. Yeah, I agree, Colton. That's definitely targeting. I mean, wow. I just cannot believe there's no targeting on that play. Second and 11 to go. Under 5 in the Iron Bowl. Here's the snap. Simpson dropping back. Got to get rid of it. That one caught by Jeremy Bernard. Just short of the first down. What a catch. Auburn has been bringing the blitz all game long, and Simpson finds Jeremy Bernard. Just beautiful. He just has to flip it out there, and he's got Bernard. So here we go, 3rd and 2 for the Tide. Touchdown preferable if you are Alabama. And Alabama will take a timeout with just under 4 to go. It is tied at 20 apiece, and Alabama has a chance to win the game here at the end, but still a long way to go. 4 minutes left in this ball game, and it's anyone's. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are at the final 4 minutes of the ball game. We are tied at 20 apiece. It's been a rough second half for Alabama, but we shall see what they can do. 3rd and 2 for the Tide. Here we go, man in motion. That's Ryan Williams. Running back behind. Now in motion. Here we go.
Simpson takes the snap, rolling, looking in the end zone, incomplete. Not sure where that was supposed to be going. 4th and 2, and that play did not get executed the right way. And we'll see what Alabama's going to do. And this ball, it got tipped to the line of scrimmage by one of the Auburn's defensive players, Keldrick Falk. You haven't called his name very much, but hey, that's a big play. It looks like Alabama may keep the offense out there and go for it. Alabama, they've converted both 4th downs tonight that they've gone for. Simpson looking in the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! It's Isaiah Horton! Touchdown, Alabama! And Alabama! Wow! Touchdown! The Auburn faithful stunned. Wow. It's Isaiah Horton in the end zone for the touchdown for Alabama. And there's Talty adding another point to the score. Alabama 27, Auburn 20. Hey, I will say this. My pregame prediction was 27-21 Alabama. If this is how it ends, I'm only 1 point off. That is crazy. That is absolutely ridiculous. Touchdown, Alabama. I mean, this is a beautiful pass from Ty Simpson. He's had pressure all night. The one time it seems like Auburn doesn't bring as much pressure, it is an Alabama touchdown. This is the Iron Bowl, folks. Crazy stuff happens. Three minutes and 50 seconds. Simpson tonight, 19 of 35, 122, and 3 touchdowns. He's got 29 rush yards tonight and 29 really big yards from on the ground for Simpson. And here we go. Here is the return for Rashawn Pleasant, who gets to about the 20-yard line, and that's it. So, here we go. 3:45. Auburn's got a chance to go down and score. Of course, they're looking at the SEC championship matchups. Alabama, win, and you go to Atlanta next Saturday at 3 o'clock Central Time. You lose, and Ole Miss goes to Atlanta next Saturday at 3 o'clock Central Time. What a game. 3:45 to go, though. Enough time for Ashton Daniels. Here's the snap. Daniels looking. Going to throw it out to Jeremiah Cobb. And he gets a few yards right there. And so 3:40 to go. It took 5 seconds off the clock. And clock now continues to move. 2nd and 6 for Auburn. Here's the snap. Daniels going to run. Daniels going to have the first down. And Auburn's moving. Kane Womack, of course, keeps calling up the zone defense for Alabama. Here we go. Here's Daniels dropping back, now rolling to his left, going to run, and he gets out of bounds at about the 39-yard line. And so Auburn continues to keep themselves in the ball game, 27-20. And Auburn may run one more play before the 2-minute timeout. So here we go. Daniels is going to be all alone in the backfield. He's going to be looking to throw. Going to throw it. That one's incomplete. Looking for Cobb. 3rd and 4. 2.5 to go. If Auburn does not convert on this 3rd down, then the 4th down play may be the ball game here. And if Alabama can get 2 more stops here, then that may do it. So here we go. Let's see what happens. Daniels looking back towards the sideline for his play call. Cobb in the backfield with Daniels. Daniels going to be looking to throw it. He's going to roll to his right. Now looking, throwing, incomplete. Looking for Malcolm Simmons, and here we go. Like I said, here is your ball game. 4th and 4. Auburn is looking to get 4 yards to continue the ball game. If they cannot, then they got 3 timeouts if they can get a stop. But we'll just have to wait and see what they do. Auburn 1 of 2 tonight on 4th down. Here's Daniels looking to throw. Pressure coming. And that one's incomplete. Looking for Eric Singleton. And look at who it is. It's Red Morgan. But there's a flag. And that's going to be on Red Morgan. And that will continue the drive for Auburn. That's just a stupid play. If you're Red Morgan, you can't do that. Wow. Incomplete, but that. Yep. Good call. So here we go. 27-20. Alabama with the lead. 2.5 to go. Here's Daniels, fakes the handoff, looking to throw. That's going to be caught. And he'll be dropped right as he catches that football. So, Auburn may be just content to go to the 2-minute timeout here, unless now they're going up quick. So here we go. And that will be it for 2-minute timeout is here. 2nd and 5 for Auburn. Auburn driving, trying to get a chance to win the ball game. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It is the last 2 minutes of the Iron Bowl.
Alabama up 27-20. Auburn is driving. They got a 2nd and 5 that is going to be crucial to see what may happen. An update about what's going on around the country. SMU has taken a 35-31 lead at Cal with 2 minutes to go in that ball game. So here we go. 2nd and 5. Auburn, 2 more minutes to potentially make it to a bowl game. Alabama, 2 more minutes to put away their in-state rivals and go to the SEC championship. Here is Daniels. Take off and run with it. Alabama's got it stopped. He will get about 2 or 3 yards right there, but Alabama does stop him. So here we go. Clock is rolling. 3rd down for Auburn. Alabama. Here's Daniels looking to throw. He's going to get rid of the ball, but it's going to be 4th and 2. And Daniels looks hurt. So 4th down. 4th and 2 for Auburn. And Daniels just gets rid of the ball. So here we go, 4th and 2. Big play coming. 4 receivers. Cobb goes out wide. Daniels looking, got some time. Daniels thinking about running. I think he got it. Wow. Ashton Daniels. Wow. The ability to get the first down. I thought when he got grabbed, I'm like, okay, he's not going to get there. And then he finally gets there. Incredible. So here we go. Auburn still not using their timeouts. I don't know why they're not. I don't understand that. But here's Jeremiah Cobb for a couple of yards, and maybe now they use a timeout. They're not using the timeouts. This is kind of weird. I don't know why. 2nd and 5 for Auburn. They're not in any hurry. Here we go. Daniels takes the snap. He's looking to throw it. Got some time. Stepping up in the pocket. Going to run. And he's going to get out of bounds after getting the first down. 40 seconds to go. So here we go. 40 seconds. What can Auburn do? 23 carries for Ashton Daniels, 109 yards. 20 at the 27. Auburn ball. 40 seconds. 1st and 10. Man in motion is Cam Coleman. It's a little screen pass out to Coleman, who breaks some tackles. And he lost the ball! And Alabama's got it! Alabama's got the ball! Alabama took the ball away. Alabama's going to win the football game. Alabama's going to Atlanta. Oh, my goodness. Auburn will not make a bowl game, and Alabama is going to Atlanta to play for the SEC championship. It's Cam Coleman who loses the ball. Big play. Who else? Bray Hubbard making the play. And Deontay Lawson jumping on it. Alabama is going to win the game. Closer than what Alabama fans would have wanted it to be. But Alabama finds a way to win it once again for like the 5th or 6th straight year. What a game. 2 turnovers for Auburn, none for Alabama. And there's Simpson, who's just going to run and slide down after getting a yard on the run. So Auburn, I think they're now starting to use their timeouts, which this right here,
I was going to say this for all you Auburn fans that may be watching. This shows you everything you need to know. DJ Durkin does not need to be the guy. For anybody who sits there and tells you that they want Durkin to be the new Auburn coach, this clock management is stupid. If you would have taken your timeouts, you would have had more time. And maybe you could have avoided a situation where you have that fumble happen. But now, what's the point of using your timeouts? What's the point? So here we go. 2nd and 9 for Alabama. What a game. What a game. Simpson takes the snap, hands it off to Daniel Hill, who's going to get a couple yards right there. And it's going to be 3rd down, and Auburn will take another timeout. So we'll see what Auburn does here. I wonder if Alabama would get risky here, maybe run like a play-action pass and throw it for the 1st down. You mean, potentially they may do that. What a game. What a game. 27-20. Alabama with the lead. 24 seconds to go. You got 3rd and 6. This is what it is. This is crazy. So here we go. Simpson sends a man to motion. It's going to be Ty Simpson running, and rough tackle there. And Auburn takes their final timeout. It's going to be 4th down. It looks like Alabama potentially may punt this. 20 seconds to go. Auburn out of timeouts. 4 straight Iron Bowl at Auburn decided by 1 score. Jordan-Hare Stadium. Always crazy. So Alabama is going to punt. Auburn gets a little bit of a chance. It's going to be a far-fetched chance, but we'll see what can happen. You never know. It is the Iron Bowl. Anything can happen. So here we go. Blake Dowd. Oh, he muffed it! Malcolm Simmons muffed it! Alabama! Oh, they knocked it out of bounds. Oh, my goodness. 10 seconds to go. So only 10 seconds now for Auburn. Can't believe Alabama, wow. Just sloppy hands on that whole from both sides on the punt. So 10 seconds for Auburn. Auburn, their season is on the line. Here's Ashton Daniels stepping up. Now thrown across the middle. And he goes down, and that's wow, here we go. They got to snap it. Oh, they got it off in time. And Daniels throws it. That's caught. And going down. Alabama is going to win. Alabama's going to Atlanta. And Auburn will stay home and not be able to play for a bowl game. What a game. That is, I mean, that's how the Iron Bowl goes. It's always wild. You never know what's going to happen.
And what a game. Alabama's going to Atlanta to play for the SEC championship. Well, folks, that is pretty much all we have for tonight. What a game. 27-20. Alabama wins. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you again later. Good night, everybody.